Secretary will do the roll call.
Dolores Coach Christopher Eaglebear, Todd Gershill, Rusty Cowboy Wright,
Here.
Stanley Woodman Jr., Michelle Holland Hornbear, Royal Yellowhawk,
How?
Robert Radlingleaf,
Oh.
Charles Gray Jr., William J. Marshall, Wayne Frederick, Emily Boyd Belandra, Alvin Bearhill Sr.,
Here.
Jerry Wright Plank, Shannon Wilcox, Lila Cousinsight, Michael Bolt Sr., William Kindle, Ben Blackbear III,
Oh.
Mary Little Thunder. Eleven present.
11 present, we have a quorum. Got it?
You got 12 now.
Thank you.
Reverend Yellow.
Yes, there's 12.
12.
There's 12.
Let's get my coop.
快嘞！我这天刚他看嘞，我们的这也比看，他给我写这个好几下边他也看嘞，他不就给啊，他成为那哈为哈。Wapska,我一个那个比看嘞，我个那个为呢，我个那个查啥呀？我瞅他这我这了好几家比他看呀，我也得看他哈，我一个人查不了，我瞅他这我这了，这对我这了好几家，我给他比我去他比的，我瞅着那个了，那哈，头呢我这个这个头呢，我就特别他比那个些比的了，那hektar个，我也得给，我那哎。我感觉我给人比，一看还得个，大个我瞧看他个有这比呢哈，我这个搞的了，还他哈，来，我去家一看，我也得，到那听我那这比，那到那老去比有几些比的了，大个我们三人的了，没大个是。口干舌啦呀，被他哇吧给啊，哦喂用给是你很那热的了，呦，啦的呀，哦呀的给呀，为吃唱给大唱。来唱我为了哟，来呀！
Welcome. Council, is there anyone that needs to request to be excused? Cowboy? Anyone else? Everyone else will be here throughout the day. Mike?
I just want to be excused for being late this morning, for missing the road.
Wayne Fredericks, Cameron Wilcox, Todd Bearshield, Sherry Wright Plank, and Willie Kendall called in, and Marion, Charles,
Chris, he just texted.
did he? Okay, it's Chris.
So Chris, Todd, Wayne, Sherry, and Tammy, Willie. Those council reps requested to be excused today. Need a motion to excuse. Emily, second. Michelle, question. Dan, all in favor?
Albert? 11,
Opposed?
1, 2,
2? Not voting?
0.
Motion carried to excuse. For today's agenda is our regular casino and gaming. And it was requested for us to have the grazing resolution done today. Eric is working on that, so when he brings that in, we can go over the grazing resolution. And then, there was a motion last meeting for the council admin travel to be dispersed. And so that's it for our agenda for today. And Coach and then Emily.
Good morning, everyone. The city of Mission has, I think, two things. They had a meeting the other night. They'd like to bring forth two things on the floor today if possible, pertaining to the Gray Hills, to the golf course and stuff.
Are they here?
He should be coming in here sometime. But Bobby Saddlemeyer was gonna come down and present it. It's pertaining to Gray Hills.
We can look at it for tomorrow, because tomorrow's just USDA,
Okay, all right.
if you can let them know.
Yep, I will.
And Emily.
At our last council meeting, there was a motion made to re-advertise for the fair board manager and select today. Do you know if that has been re-advertised?
Has been re-advertised. I just didn't ask them for the update on the applications, but I still do have that folder there.
Okay, can we add that to the agenda if possible?
For tomorrow. Yeah, Royal.
Yeah, okay, today shouldn't be. Chief Wapalo,
Madam Chair, tomorrow I want to see if Professor Dr. Boxer can talk to council maybe for 5 minutes tomorrow morning. Should be here talking to you, sir.
Professor?
Dr. Boxer from USD. He's going to be kind of busy with different programs about culture and things like that. She's a professor out of USD who teaches Indian studies.
Okay, we'll add her for tomorrow.
Okay. Oh, yeah.
Lila and then Totes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Rona on the Nakakia, I made that motion to get our council travel and admins. And before we do that, council, I'd like for us to discuss how we're gonna put that as a report. I did that to not cause any negativity, but as a due diligence for us as our leadership. And I feel that, we do things together in a good way, then we can discuss how we're gonna put that together for you.
All right, thank you. That'll be at the end of our agenda today.
That's good.
Totes.
Well, can we also put on the agenda to have EPP come down? Because I know some of these sirens aren't even working in the communities, and I asked Bob about it earlier, and he said it was dispatch's responsibility. Well, I'd like to know if they're running, and I'd like to see what their plan is, and if they've met with the community chairs, because our weather's pretty different lately and last year. And I'd like an update, because those people that have been displaced into other homes, what's the status with them, or did we just let everything fall to the wayside with them? And I'd like to have a report for him tomorrow to make sure everything's up to par, generators, everything in these communities.
I can get you, I can put it on our next agenda, just so you know, Bob is on a medical. He's traveling out of state for medical. So he's not here to give a report, but I have followed up with him. It went out on our website and should have went out to everybody in email. The warnings for tornado. I also asked him ahead of time to make sure all sirens are working. There is somebody coming this week because there are some that are inactive. And a part of that is that process for them to get that out, that warning. The part where the law enforcement is just that, the box that switches it on is located at law enforcement. But, if you can wait until our 10th meeting, hope their weather stays good. I don't have my computer with me, but the locations are still the same as they were last year. The St. Francis Indian School, Todd County School, and there's two more that people can go to for shelter. I think he was checking with the Hedog School, but I can have him do a full report on all
And
of
have
it.
the MOUs available too,
Yeah.
that we're able to use those schools.
Yeah, so,
Right.
yeah, because I was in an area where there was a tornado a few weeks ago, as soon as I got back, I asked him to get it out to everyone so that they were aware. And then also to add to that the locations that people could go to. And I have been on asking him about making sure all the sirens are working. I know that in some communities there aren't. And it's a guy that has to come from out of state that comes to work on them. So that all is in the works.
All right, thank you.
Yeah.
I know those sirens weren't working, some of them since last year. You
Yeah.
know, It's all about prevention, preparing and prevention, not waiting till the last minute.
But yeah, I'll have him come for our regular meeting on the 10th. Okay?
Thank you.
And with that, oh, Stan?
Just letting you know, our siren is working in Corn Creek. It comes on at 10 o'clock. Dogs, you know.
What is it?
The fire.
Oh,
There's,
okay.
there's work.
Yeah, ours works too. Yes, Emily?
Sorry, I didn't realize tomorrow was an official meeting. I need to be added to the request to be excused for tomorrow. I'll be out for a family.
Okay. Tomorrow. So tomorrow when I do roll call, we'll excuse you at that time. Thank you. Good.
Me too also, I gotta be, I didn't realize it was official.
Okay. Okay, if that's all, I need a motion to approve the agenda. Oh, Michelle.
What's going on with the meeting with the Sunrise? Because we're hearing that it's being moved, we're hearing that it's being rescheduled, and the notices have already been sent out. Yeah. I got messages last week. So is it still being held over there tomorrow? Same time?
That's the only thing I asked her to do, is to move that, when they meet with the residents, to move it to Mission, because a lot of them can't come to Rosebud.
Okay.
That's the only thing that's changed.
Have they been informed since the notice was already sent out?
I don't know. I asked Leona.
And I
If
know
not,
that they wanted to meet with council too, so where is that fitting in tomorrow?
that's,
That's the first thing on the.
that's, yeah, that's the first thing on
That
the
was
agenda.
only thing so
So
far.
we're meeting with them at 10, and what time are they meeting with the residents?
You see, that's what I asked her about yesterday when I looked at it, because to me, it's backwards. Because it seems like you should go to the tour, meet with the residents, and then meet with the council with all your discovery. But it's the other way around. Whoever set up the agenda has meeting with council, then going on the tour, and then meeting with the residents. If it was the other way around, we'd have something to discuss, but the agenda is set already, so that's the agenda for tomorrow. At 10, they're meeting with council, USDA is, and then after that, they're going on a tour, and then after that, they're meeting with the residents. I had nothing to do with that schedule, so. Here, residents over at the annex is what they had scheduled. So it's-
That's why it's really important for everybody to be on the same page and for these meetings to happen. So when an agenda is being set up, rather than saying I had nothing to do with setting that agenda up, work together. That's how things are gonna happen for our people, not just one people making a decision. Because I know that admin up there, you guys don't even meet in the mornings to discuss what's best for the people. And it needs to start happening. Thank you.
If there's nothing else, I need a motion to approve the agenda. Michael?
I had a question.
Okay.
There's a rumor about that Turtle Creek is closing down, and I think we should be interested for no other reason than the fact that I believe the tribe is still still liable for the loan on the building from Shawnee. Is that correct, Wayne?
It's been paid off, Mike.
Oh, it's been paid off?
Yes.
Okay, not a problem. So, but it is our building.
Yes.
Motion to approve the agenda. Michelle, second Ben, question Totes. All in favor?
T,
Opposed?
0,
Not voting?
0.
Motion carried. We'll start with the casino.
Good morning.
Good morning, President and Council.
Morning.
We recently completed a couple of the largest events, held since my arrival. We had that tribal meeting for the 150-year anniversary. We also did the Administrative Assistance Day, pretty big events for us, and well, pulled them off pretty well. Everything went really well for us. We're pretty proud of it. We are now preparing for the July 3rd. Pay attention to that date. July 3rd powwow. It's normally always on the 4th. The 3rd is a better day. The 4th was getting pounded with all kinds of competing powwows from communities and whatnot. So we've moved it from the 4th, Saturday, to Friday the 3rd. Everyone needs to make sure that we're communicating it now heavy. I need to make sure you communicate it to the people that are involved in that. We are contributing the same $30,000 we did last year for the prize money and the event. That's what our budget is. So we're doing the exact same budget. We're doing everything the same, except we're doing it a day early. I've already started mowing the grounds. We fertilized it. We're trying to get the grounds as good as we can. A little rough back there, but we're cleaning it up and getting it nice and ready to go. But I just got to stress the date change to the July 3rd, not 4th. Okay? We are making some strong progress in both operational and management improvements. Go ahead.
I got just a quick question. With the 4th of July, or actually the 3rd of July now, are you still, I don't think it was in there last year where they donated to the Rosebud fireworks display. That didn't happen? You guys didn't-
There hasn't been any requests or donations asked because I don't know if we're doing the fireworks. I was for the fireworks.
Yeah, that was great.
We don't have that budgeted and no one's requested.
Good question. Okay.
Last I heard, you weren't doing it because of the fire dangers, whatnot. So I think you had a meeting a while back, I don't think I was even a part of it, I was sitting in that said, you're not even planning it this year.
Yeah, I wasn't aware of that too. I don't know.
I'm guessing.
That's nothing too. So just
Okay.
letting
Yeah.
listeners know about whether that's gonna happen or not, because I mean, it's usually a deal.
I don't
So,
know. I don't have the 20 grand, I'm gonna tell you that right now, so.
Okay.
I got the 30 for the powwow.
yeah, all right, thank you.
Yeah, so anyway, we're seeing positive movement in our financial performance. I've been negotiating past payment plans, and the funds that tribe has allocated have been used very carefully in my restructuring plan. Over the past 5 months, we've kind of undergone significant changes. Everything from marketing, food, all the way through everything. You're going to hear a few more things in this meeting today. There are many positive results to report today. This is actually a pretty good meeting. We're addressing some of our additional changes and challenges. It's tough. We're having tough areas, a couple of tough, stressful areas. Golf course. The golf course, I have the resolution that was signed along with 3 copies of the contract that was signed by the city. I believe I have to give this to Madam President. I have 3 copies to get signed. There's a resolution that was signed. So these 3 need signatures from me and Lee Duke for the city to take over. This is the paperwork for the city to take over the golf course, right? We're cleaning up paperwork. We got the additions of the resolution that you approved into the city's original contract. Here are the copies, take your time, but that's something that needs to be signed, passed on. So there you go. I am not aware of anything going on tomorrow from the city, ma'am. So I would hope that the city on the golf course would talk to me before they come to the council, because I've been dealing with them every day on a lot of challenges and things, so.
Bobby Sademeyer give you a call.
Yeah, please.
That'll end that.
Yeah, that would be great. We're going through challenges there, and I'm a part of that every day, even though I passed it on. Okay, the plaza, all the diesel pumps repaired, report in the past, we're doing a little better. We're struggling a little bit because people aren't spending much money in the store because the gas prices are. But we're adjusting our gas prices, they can keep that. Restaurant, we launched that prime rib buffet a few weeks ago. We didn't really talk a lot about it last time because we didn't have a quorum. But it appears from meeting people in that restaurant, we're bringing back Nebraska customers. And if you remember, all that was the goal. We're currently averaging between 55 and 65 people on Friday and Saturday nights in that prime rib buffet. Obviously, we need to get to 100. I mean, we need to get deeper and further into that buffet. I had to buy a new Aldo Sham oven. It was $14,000. Had to pay $2,000 to rewire the kitchen. Those are those big double oven butters that cook all the prime rib. And you cook other things in there as well. Shuttle service. I think I've mentioned this before, but I put on here. We have transitioned to an in-house, all right, shuttle service. We handle it ourselves. We have security helping. We got 4 managers helping. We're doing the shuttling in-house ourselves. Okay, for the vehicle. Okay, open items. We have eliminated the K&T accounting firm. Remember, we moved to them, and then obviously we moved it back with the hiring of a CFO. Okay, so that has been canceled. The auditors have finally been paid off. That was $65,000 we did, and then we had to get our audit done by Whitfleet. That's done. Let's talk about sewer and EPA. So in conversations with Brett, the gentleman in EPA in Denver, we have done 2 research projects. He has gone from threatening me every day to come up and closing us to actually trying to help us. Okay? But that's what communication can do. So I needed 2 panic things done. One, Wayne helped me get done. We needed drone shots of our sewage plant and all the drainage. And you kind of know it goes behind the RV park. There's cattails and all that there. And then if you go around that tree line, there's a whole nother little dry pond area that was an additional little drainage area, I guess. It seems to be the low spot. The biggest concern for the EPA was that it wasn't going to drain onto someone else's land on the other side. Okay, that's not ours. That's their biggest issue. So we are, I got the old permit yesterday. It's going to Shorty. It's already been there. I did a couple of kickbacks, so I think it was pretty big. We have the ability with drone shots of the facility. Based on his recommendation, I walked the area into the sewage drainage with my camera. I videoed it. I videoed the back. I took pictures ground level because it's great to see the aerial views, but you can't see the elevations to see where that drainage goes. I walked that. I sent him pictures. He has referred us now with his approval that we can move to get a new permit, which is going to rely on Shorty. Me and Shorty talk daily. If we can apply for a permit where we don't have to do testing anymore and we're not at risk of being shut down.
Under my desk.
So we have gone from 0 to possibility. So everybody cross your fingers. It's going to rely heavily right now on Shorty's department, and we're talking, we're on it, and he's got an engineer, I forgot his name, some of the B, Brigadine or something, state engineer. They need to address the email to the EPA, to the new people, okay, requesting a new permit. I'm sorry, I know experience. I'm bowing out of that. I don't want to mess that up. So we got to get the experts talking to their experts. And that's what Shorty's helping me with, and that's what we're working on. So I consider that big news. Okay, so go ahead.
Yeah, I got a question of so why did this become an issue? And do you have the capable people to actually deal with it? And if you don't, why? Because I don't want to rely on other people to come in to actually say this is what's going on. It could be shut down, and we're going to rely on other places, other sources to come in when you should have the resources in your area. If you don't, why don't we train somebody to do that?
We have a trained person taking samples every day. The lab testing,
Yeah.
Marie, and she takes it to Pier twice a month and drops the testing off to the state. We currently have in-house testing that we're not. The problem with that sewage system, it was obsolete in 2019. It was supposed to get fixed during COVID years, and it didn't. And the EP knows about it. So we've been non-compliant, and every time we do the testing, which we're required to do, we're non-compliant. We're non-compliant. What he's agreed to is that drainage area. If that cannot impede on anybody else's property, he is cutting us a huge break. Because really, we need to invest $500,000 in there with a new facility.
Yeah, my take on this is that if we have the people and the capabilities to actually train somebody to be able to take care of that type of situation, then we wouldn't have to reach out to anybody else to try to come in and help us save us. So again, those are my thoughts, and I think I would like to have at least some of our tribal members, I guess, involved in what they can do to help that. I know Shorty's going to be doing a great job, but I want to rely on other agencies. You know, you should have the capabilities to be able to do that as an organization yourself. But I know because all this stuff is coming up, you're trying to fix it, and we're going to try to, and I would like to see us kind of be self-sufficient by doing what we can to train our people so we can do that. So those are my thoughts on it.
Understood.
Thank you.
Yeah, no, point well taken, yeah. It's really gonna fall on that engineer, the state engineer. Currently, he's on contract with this tribe to do this stuff. I could dig his name out of my, but Shorty's gonna be my guy. You know, he has to help with this. Hotel elevator repairs were done, 11 grand. Roof repairs are still outstanding. Our roof killed up. You guys all know that. The wind killed it up where the offices are. We've got heavy beams holding it down, which is a Band-Aid. Still, that's 200 grand, guys, to redo that whole roof. So I'm still gonna try to find a way to do it something cheaper to get it by. We're looking at upcoming expenses. IT 55, new ECE, our AC was off most of the weekend. We were fighting the unit all weekend, but those are the two chillers on the side of the building. South side of the building, the two big chiller units. We're fighting them all weekend. We kind of got it fixed and going again, but we probably still need another unit on the roof. Fuel closet freezer, 20 grand, I'm just estimating. And the powwow I already told you about. We got 170,000 worth of bills that are just bills, not normal day payroll and everything else coming in the next month. So then obviously squirreling away to prepare for that. New marketing efforts. John is our, I don't know if he's ever been introduced to the group. John is the new assistant GM that took Kelly's place. John, I have two things to hand out. I'm gonna hand them out. You talk marketing.
Students.
Well, yeah, I'm going to hand two things out. One is the financials that we'll talk about when he's done for March, and then John's expertise. Let me introduce you to him. I never worked at the same property as John. John came up through the Mirage in Vegas. I was more of a Golden Nugget, Treasure Island guy. But I knew John because of the corporate work I did. Many different careers. I actually brought John in for a year. The 2 years I was saving 3 bankrupt casinos in Wisconsin. I worked on those for 2 years. He came in for a year to help me in multiple different areas. That's a quick introduction. His last job was corporate marketing for a company that has casinos in 5 states. Vast amount of inner city, rural, whatnot knowledge. I'm going to let him speak for just a minute while I pass out. I'm going to give you financials and I'm going to
Yeah, thank you for the welcome. I know I did meet some of you last month at the end of the meeting, just a quick hello. So John Wallahan, Assistant GM, and part of the challenge when I joined was while we talk about really working on all these expenses, the other side of it is we really got to work on raising revenue. And in particular, we want to get back out into some of those markets where we were before. There's some challenges with the casinos that have come in. I call it kind of that southern part of Nebraska. So I'm learning this market and getting into it. But one of the things that you control is what you control. What we control is our own database. You know, what we control is what we go do with it. There's work to be done, but we've made some good progress. So the first thing is, we have a database, let's just say it's this big, okay? And the active database in any casino is about this big, right? So you have a database of all the years you've been open, it's this big. The ones that have been playing, people playing active in the last 90, 120 days, since the beginning of this year, might be this big. So the first thing is make sure that we get the mail back out. So we are now, as of today, hitting mailboxes for June. We'll have 2 months in a row, May and for June, a postcard, a traditional monthly mailer talking about what people's offers are. This physical mailer went away sometime before Drew, before me. I'm going to say about 1 year. About 1 year ago, since people have gotten mail. If you don't get mail in this business to that age group that we're trying to reach, right? So I know we're all the younger hip generation, cell phones, social media, all this good stuff. But with some of those folks that are used to getting that casino mail, you can't cut that off. So we got it back out. Okay? Next, we're doing some additional mail to hit people that need to be reactivated. So once you're out past 3, 4, 5 months, you haven't shown up, we better hit you with a little reminder. So that's a separate postcard. And this one will actually account for people that live so many miles away. I mean, if you live right next door here, you don't need a hotel room. But some of those folks that live more than a few hours away, I want to include a hotel room for them if they qualify based on their pledge. And this is good basic casino marketing and will help us get competitive again. Next, we had remember that big group of people, the all-time list of customers, okay? And then our actives, and then the people that we had emails for were about like this. And that was very small. So we went out to a digital marketing company, and their part of their job is to append, to add to. So we have a name. My name's John, right? I live on Main Street somewhere, okay? They're able to go find, hey, this John's got an email, and they attach it. We were able last Thursday, we sent an email out to approximately 16,000 people. That's never been done. That's never been done here. And so we will continue with either weekly or bi-weekly, every couple of weeks, I should say, emails. So we're going to try to stay in with this group, and it's just a good way of being in front of the customer.
Just a quick question on the marketing part of it too, guys. This is our 150th year for the Battle of Little Bighorn. I mean, that's something that should be put out there to our people and also extended people, especially with our casino, hosting that, and then also it coming up in June, and then also the Rosebud Fair that's going to be right up here in August also. So I think marketing should probably be one of the biggest things that, if we can't do it, you guys should be able to do it, should be able to handle that, to put out there to the mailers, to people to say 150th years, since the Battle of the Bighorn, get some kind of cultural things to help out, as we know it's a tribal casino. So this is my thoughts on the marketing part of it. So, but those are just my thoughts on it, and I do have other questions, but I'll wait until you get done with this.
Okay, no, just very briefly, any of that other information can be provided to us at the casino. It'll be included. I know the powwow will be set to be on there. There'll be a couple of things in Valentine, Nebraska. We've got to get active if we want customers. We have to show up in those communities. We're going to be active with them with a golf tournament that they're doing. Not so much playing in it, but promoting it, just saying we're a sponsor. So we're looking for things like that to put in. We don't want these emails to be very big. Just our promotions, really promote that prime rib, and then we'll have room for social, cultural type of things. So, thank you.
Okay, great. You should have, sorry, Mike. I'm sorry, wait a minute, I think you're supposed to talk. I
wanted to talk about the financial statements at some point.
When we get back. Okay, give me a minute. Okay, so we got through the marketing efforts. I forwarded an email. I think I've got the email that will go to all of you in my email. I emailed you the email I got today that has this, the email blast went out to 16,000 people. So you should have it in your email address, but we did a hard copy because I didn't know I was gonna get it this morning, because it was just going out. So you kind of got double dipped on the marketing, but I just want you to see the professionalism, and we have never, from what I can go through, ever reached 15,000 people, okay? A lot of that's Nebraska, all right? Let's talk Nebraska for a minute. So we're going to have to create some ongoing investments in the property going forward. Okay, so conversations with Nebraska customers coming in for the buffet. I always see ranchers, you know, I was born and raised on a farm, so I love to talk ranchers. I talk to people. There's a lot of people that live mid-Nebraska, so they've got North Platte casinos down there on the highway. They've got Valentine up here, okay? Conversations with some of the people, and conversations, there was an article yesterday in the CC gaming newsletter that comes out. Guess who is the highest revenue generating movement above business right now in the gaming industry in the United States? Fastest growing. Nebraska. Nebraska is up 48% in revenue over last year. Their market's huge. What do they have that we don't have? They have a new casino, got new restaurants. Can't compete with that. You got all that new stuff. You know where we're missing out on revenue right now? We don't have any updated slots. Okay? So with that, I've also talked to our slot vendors about what the market's going on, what games are selling, what are the hottest games in the Nebraska market, because remember, that's where our growth needs to come from. Growing revenue, we've got to go into Nebraska. I know what the themes are. I know what everything is that they're doing. I haven't visited any of those casinos. I need to, but that'll come in due time. But I have the information I need to get some things done in our casino. So, we need to purchase new slot machines. I'm gonna have to purchase a couple new ones too. Just kind of let me know going forward. I gotta work on that. And it might require 150 grand from the tribe. I might have a little bit of money that we're starting to make improvements on in the casino. We have to get new machines on. Japanese cash machine, JPM, is the bill validator company. Okay, you put your bills in. Probably 80 of our machines out of the 160. Remember, we used to be 250. We have 160 working. Okay, we're done. We got 180 people in the building on the weekend. We got 160 slots. You tell me we're capturing revenue. And some of them are so old, people just don't play. Our JCM validators are outdated. Okay, they're starting to break. It's $2,000 to get a new one. Okay, that's a lot of money. Or I can buy a used game for 10. Okay, so we're running into that problem. There is a new $10 bill coming out. None of our machines will take it. The only machines that will take the new 10 is the participation games, the aristocrat games, when you walk in the door. Only our newest participation games will even take the new $10 bill.
Why's that?
Huh? Because ours are so obsolete, they're not upgradable. You can't upgrade.
$10 bill, you're talking about a $10 bill.
Yeah, there's a new one coming out. Our machine's updated. There's no more memory left in that validator to upgrade. Hey, here's a new bill, take it. No, it won't talk. They don't even support it anymore. So they're starting to break, and they're starting to do the old, hey, the biggest part of bills is the acceptance rate. Ours sucks. Okay, you should have an acceptance rate of about 98%, you know, where it takes your bill so you can play. Yeah, I don't know.
They redesigned the $10 bill.
Raise their hand. Yeah. There's new one coming. Yeah, it's already been posted with the Fed. There's a new $10 bill coming. What I wanted you to know is we got 180 machines technically working, and half of those things are at risk, okay? Because if it breaks, I have to buy a new battery. I can't find it. And we got some older machines. We got problems. So listen, with our recent structure changes, analysis, we're changing the hours of operation at the casino. The board approved it. We got 1 or 2 customers at 8 in the morning. We got 40 customers at midnight, 1 o'clock. We're kicking them out at 1. We're going from 9 to 2. We're going to open an hour later, stay open an hour later. Kind of our summer, fall hours, winter, probably downsize. But right now, we got more customers than we got late at night than we got in the morning. Okay? So we're trying to take advantage of peak performance hour. I already talked about the $10 bill. Financials. Let's jump over to the Rosebud Financial. Going over to hang on. Oh, I got the quality in. Sorry. Did you guys get all quality in? No, you got casino. I grabbed them. Sorry.
You need casino?
Yeah, I need casino. I did get casino to everybody, right? Everybody's got the casino financial?
Plaza and calling in.
I got a hit.
Okay.
I only got half. Sorry. Give me 1 sec. Technical difficulties. Yeah, I must have grabbed the top half and handed it out and didn't out.
They're mixed, yeah, I get it.
That's what I get for taking charge. I do want to bring your attention to one thing. Well, did you find all the? Well, you got the casino. You're good.
There's some casinos.
Oh, it was every other one.
Yeah. Those are casinos.
Who doesn't have casino at the top? Rosebud Casinos. You got casino.
Is there a fake casino on top?
It was every other one. It was,
It says Fuel Plaza, is there a fake casino?
yeah, here's Fuel Plaza. Casino.
He has Fuel Plaza.
Yeah. John, there should be one more.
Yeah, no, there's a few more.
Yeah.
I know.
Did you get Fuel Plaza? You got casino, good. Okay, I'll give you the Fuel Plaza. I need a Fuel Plaza.
Fuel Plaza.
Oh, sorry.
Stay there.
He's coming.
Fuel Plaza.
You get casino? Yeah. Huh. Sorry about that, I think it was supposed to go every other one. Myself, you need a casino one?
I need casino.
Yeah. Okay, everybody's got a casino.
I need the casino too.
I need the
What?
casino.
Okay, gotcha.
You have the casino? Okay, thank you.
Okay. So, without going through all the nitty gritty, can you go to page 3 of 5? Oh, I'm sorry, man. I'll call about Mike, but it's not full. Make sure. Good, Mike.
Just have an opening question. I see the report is for March. And what can we expect to be more current than that as
I'll get to that.
you know, in looking at April right now?
Let me get to that. That's the next subject after this. I just don't have it. Let's go over March, and I'll address that. Everybody on page 3. When you go to EBITDA, okay, not the very bottom, the little group just above it. You see EBITDA? Okay, last year, the profit was 80,000. This year, we made 114. Okay? Profit is up. The reason why when you go to net income, net loss, let everybody understand this, because this will be the same every month going forward. You'll see right above total income and expenses, it says 54 grand. Right above that line, you're going to see 60,379. It's called depreciation expense. Okay, does everybody see that? What do you have last year? March of 25, you have a 0. Okay, last year, the accounting person, firm, whatever, they put all the depreciation in the last month of the year. So it makes your numbers look a little better all year, doesn't it? And then the end of the year, you get crushed. You will see it monthly, the way it's supposed to be done. So that's why you go to EBITDA to see what we made. Then you go to the below the line. Below the line is what it's called, the net income of 59. We really beat last year 114 to 80. Okay? Second thing I want you to notice, right column, fiscal year to date, FYT column. You see down at the bottom, there's 188,000 in brackets, which is a loss for this year. Fiscal year to date from October 1. What do you have next to it for 25? Last year at this time, you were losing 938,000. Everybody get it? Everybody see it? Okay. Obviously, trending in the right direction. But what did I talk about 10 minutes ago? We don't get new slots and everything, guys. We're not in a fight. Okay. But what you asked me to do, come in here and get rid of that big negative number, which we did. The problem we still have, and why I can't say, guys, I got this, we're on our way, it's because I inherited millions, I say with an S, dollars worth of unpaid. Okay? So the current situation we have will be the IRS issue that just came up. Okay, we finally got a letter from them, we're addressing it, we're dealing with it. Mike, the reason we don't have April numbers, the last 10 days we have been doing an intense research of the last 6 years of IRS messes to get them to Wayne, to get them to the attorneys. We're behind.
Yeah, that's all I.
But I got a number for you.
For next week.
Yeah, no, we had to stop what we were doing. And it's incredible
Good answer.
what our staff did, Donna, our CFO, digging up, John dug up boxes out of the Connex. In 10 days, we restructured $1 million in 4.5 years worth of IRS messes, detailed it on pages, backup documentation, letters from the IRS. It was all delivered to Wayne Monday. I got to tell you something. For our little group, impressive. Donna deserves most of the credit, our CFO. That was impressive stuff. Talent, skills, we would have never got through that without Donna. Okay? Even the K&T people we had outside that were paying tons of money to couldn't pull this off. I'm going to tell you that. I've been in this business for a long time. So I'll refer that to Wayne. He saw it. It was pretty intense. Okay? So with that being said, my last comment is April. So all I can give you at this point for the month of April is I'm going to give you 2 top-line revenue numbers. This April, slot revenue was $851,000. Okay? Last year, slot revenue was $824,000. Okay, cool. So call it, we're up. Okay? So, as you know, our expenses are way down because of what we're doing with payroll, general business, putting a little more money in marketing we didn't used to. Got rid of K&T, $17,500 a month, just got Whipley pay. We're paying them $10,000 every couple of weeks. We got rid of some bills, but our expenses are lower. All I can say, April should make you pretty happy. We'll be on the positive side. That's all I can tell you. Right.
Mike?
At some point, and I know this is, for some people, this is pretty dry stuff, you know, and I understand that. And it can be boring as hell, but the balance sheet basically tells you, you know, where your gain and loss is, or where your improvement is at, you know. So I would I think it would be beneficial for someone to go through the balance sheet for us, you know, and, explain those numbers. Again, I know it's dry stuff, whatnot, and it takes some time, but that's the kind of stuff we as owners need to be looking at, and we need to be educated about. If we want to really understand and make good decisions as to what's going on out there. It's always about, with me, it's always about trust, verify.
Yeah. So the balance sheet is improved. It's still a little messy. Let me tell you why.
No, I understand that. I just like someone to go through it.
No, I will.
Yeah.
I will. And it's still a little messy because we finally did an update of our accounts payable. My first conversations in here, we were almost $3 million.
I don't expect it to.
Yeah, no,
I'm
no.
not looking for messy or I'm not messy. I'm
Yeah.
just looking for education.
Yeah, I can do it. I'm just not prepared to do it today, but I can do that. So I can give you a little more help balance sheet. We were almost what, 2.6, 2.8. We're heading to 3 million, right? Last December when I had my first meeting with you, September, January. You know, recent accounts payable, Tribe's given me money. A lot of it went to slot vendors, to keep the machines, right? We're down to about 850, 880. Or actually $1,880,000, but $1 million was IRS. That's going to rear its ugly head pretty quick.
Right.
That gets, all I did was collect documentation. It goes to Wayne and the attorneys. I got to tell you, there's zip files with I probably have 200 spreadsheets and letters and everything else in that documentation. So to your point well taken, Mike, and there are some things on the balance sheet still a little messy, but I still have a lot of old bills.
Right, yeah. For example, I'm looking at the liabilities when it comes to the tax problem. There's a 945 withholding payable. That is still a big number, you know. And I think that is the jackpot withholding, perhaps.
You're right.
I'm thinking, now, well, what isn't on here in the balance sheet is the payroll liability. I noticed that that's not on here. No, I'm just saying, it's not on here. We need to understand, you know, we need to be aware that, you know, not all the information is on the balance sheet in terms of liability. And the only thing that is really missing that is significant is the payroll, the only payroll withholding liability we have.
You're correct, because the two numbers for those with the IRS was 941 and a 945. You'll see those numbers. One of them is the taxes we withheld from payroll that didn't get paid.
Social Security.
Okay? The other one, yes. So the other one was when you were withholding 24% of people's tax forms.
Right.
Okay, because you used to have the ability to do it. We're not doing it now. They killed that before I got here. We can take 24%. That saves you some big tax bill at the end of the year unless you write off your losses. Okay, that's minutia. So that one was the ones that didn't get paid. So you're right. There's two different levels: a 941, 945.
And my point was that for our information, the balance sheet information we got in front of us only reflects the 945 liability.
Okay.
Doesn't reflect the 941 liability.
Okay.
You need to be aware.
It's in. Yeah, I got you.
That's pretty big
It's a billion.
in terms of the balance sheet.
Add them together with penalties, fees, it's $1 million.
We have a question from Ben.
So I was just kind of curious, I know with a lot of this going on and straightening it out, doing what we can, I know what Mike is asking for too, is what I'm always concerned about, especially from last year or years past, about, you know, us getting information about what's going on out there, the actual reasons, the data, the numbers, all this type of stuff. But, you know, how can we really trust what we're getting, you know, and stuff. So to me, as a government body who oversees that, it's really hard for me to start maybe really believing in what's going on here, or trusting what we can do. Now, you do a great job. You know, your background is what supersedes you and stuff, which is good. So I'm just kind of curious, do we need to have like a liaison there also? Just because I know you guys have enough there. You guys have enough to do what you're doing, you know, so it's going to be twice as hard for us to try to ask you to do more, to say, well, we want more to do this stuff. And I know we have liaisons in different areas just so they can say, this is what's going on here, this is what's happening. But to me, that's what I would probably maybe feel comfortable with as we move forward. But, you know, again, I don't know. I mean, the casino has been a big issue and we're trying to get it straightened out. And I know that's what we brought you in here for. But, you know, if we are asking you even more to do more, then it's going to be kind of more difficult for you to try to step away from that. But I guess for me right now, asking you if you're able to do that, to give us that extra, I guess, that extra push to say, this is what's happening, this is what's being done. You gave everything to the treasurer. The educational part to see what we're trying to do to help you and understand what we're doing out here. But it also, to give us that reassurance that say it's straightened itself out. So what is your take on that? What do you think that?
I don't need any extra help. We're good. That's my third party verifier right there.
Yeah.
He sees, the board sees everything I'm doing, and they make approvals, disapprovals, or whatever. That's my third verifier. I don't need anybody else in there. If you want to put somebody else in, that means I'm not the right guy.
Yeah. Well, the other thing too is that these guys are supposed to be reporting to us every month about what's going on over there, and we haven't even gone through our agenda to where everything is supposed to be reported. That's what we're getting in trouble with, because we didn't know what's going on out there until this thing starts coming up here. So that's where I'm saying, again, the past GM that we had out there, did the same thing to us also, and just said, yeah, everything's great. This is what we're doing. We're straight out of it. But again, look at where we ended up at. So I just want to make sure that we are doing what we can to help. And again, we have people out there, but again, just to reassure that it's going in the right direction.
No, I appreciate it.
Yep. Thank you.
So I'm only going to answer the questions with one thing. Numbers don't lie, people lie. Look at those numbers. And they're not falsified like the last guy that was here. That's why you see depreciation on this month, and you don't see it on that month, because he was hiding it. These things are audible. Finance, you got a finance person that used to do the same financial work. Wynn, De Bellagio, Donna, Golden Nugget. We came from high-level public companies. Everything there is done exactly the way it's supposed to be.
Drew, we have two more questions. We have Totes and then Royal.
When do you think we're gonna be settled up with IRS? Because we have people waiting to get their taxes.
Oh, no, that part's clean. No, we've already sent out W-2s, all that stuff is done.
So
Well, we're
those
good
people
there.
in the past who it showed on their statements that they withheld their federal income tax, but that's paid up then, so we can tell those listeners, file your taxes, because this casino is finally paid up on their taxes.
Drew, Wayne will answer that question.
I don't think that's quite true, Drew, that.
Yeah, you're right, we did miss some, you're right, but that's years ago, I can't. Yeah, you're right.
Those have not all been fully paid back, Joe.
Okay.
That's part of what we're negotiating with IRS. Our lawyers have been in negotiation with them for several months. Finally got to the point where there's one person directly with us. So the last 2 weeks, we've been passing information back and forth, because there was a 2-year period at the casino where they didn't file a lot of reports. There was just nothing at all filed. So we had to take what the IRS had, what these guys put together, and make something make sense out of what was actually done. I think we're close to that now. We're going to have our first negotiations over the Zoom in the first week of June. And I'm not sure if I should say a lot of, I want to see the numbers of the area, but
No, don't say.
a lot of the debt that we owe IRS, I would say at least 65% of it, or 70%, is penalties and interest because we did not file. And now that we filed and we're current, and we're negotiating to the point where, because of the lawsuit we're in, we couldn't hire a general manager. So in the 2.5-year period, we went through six acting general managers. So that's why a lot of these reports never got filed, because someone would leave, new would come in, not knowing that it wasn't done before. So that's part of our negotiations that we're having with IRS right now. And it sounds a lot better now than it did a year or so ago.
It does, but people in the previous positions never should have taken advantage of that also.
I agree.
They had roles to play. Our own tribal members did. And you said something that was key. You said numbers don't lie, people do. So, we've had people that we've allowed to transfer out from one position into another who did some serious damage out there. serious. Some of it can be crime. Because you're mismanaging money the way you are. So I think this body needs to sit down and discuss some of these things too. I see all our other reservations. Boy, they're taking people to federal court for their misdoings. And I think we need to start doing the same thing also. Because we shouldn't always have to be giving money to make up for people's mistakes when we work for the people and we have serious times coming. Serious times. We have people who don't have food right now. Not only for the moment, but we need to think ahead for the future too. And it's just not happening. So we need to start planning some more and start prosecuting people. Thank you.
I just want to take a few seconds to answer Mr. Blackbird's question. The last general manager did pull the wool over our eyes. We all know that now. But we all took his word face value. It was our gaming commission, board of directors that caught what he was doing. I think Mike was a part of this initial phone call. Once we found out what he was doing, we got a hold of the lawyers. At that point on, it stopped. So there is a system in place. It's not going to catch things like that, but it will catch things. It will catch things eventually. I just wanted to throw that out.
Thank you.
And
Right.
The last thing that I want to explain here, or whatever, and Drew kind of went over it. We kept harping for financial statements, and we finally started getting some that were years in the past, but they weren't reporting their depreciation much. So, I mean, right now, Drew's reporting it. We used to make him put that into our savings account, but because cash flow is kind of bad right now, I'm letting them just do that to pay off bills. But eventually, we need to get back to the point that depreciation goes into our investment accounts for future. Like we used to, because we used to have a couple $1 million in there all the time. We're getting there. And instead of coming here and asking you for another $300,000 to buy machines, Drew is trying to negotiate with 3 different companies to get machines without us putting the cash up front. I don't know yet. It might require like $50,000 or so. I don't know yet, but he's trying to do that. We're making some progress. The number one problem we're having out there, besides the old debt and the aging infrastructure, is our employees. Still the number one problem. Whenever we go to all this time and expense of having these promotions, getting people in for a restaurant, for a game, whatever, about 20 to 25% of our people call in sick. They don't show. And when they don't show, when all those people are here, we can't service those people. So those people get upset and they don't come back. So that issue needs to be addressed as soon as possible. I'm not sure how we can help Drew address that, but I'm telling you, it's a real problem right now.
Royal.
I had questions on past general managers, and I understand where Mike's coming from. We used to have reports, coin in, coin out, and then it was real dry, but it actually showed what money was spent, and also my experience being here, and then at one point, the casino used to put money. They had a reserve account, but the budget and finance committee would set a minimum of 100,000, and whenever the casino didn't meet that, they would take from that reserve and pay the due to the tribe, because that paid a lot of programs It paid a lot of places, communities, things like that. So coming along, I need a want cash. I kind of sat idle and watched how different people. Even there was a term I was here, and Cali, he had an MB in accounting, so he bought a accounting firm he worked at. Brought it in, and then he looked through financials, started to find those discrepancies, and then we started to uncover a lot of stuff, people telling on each other, things like that. I like that term he said. People can lie, but money can't. And when I think about financials and spending, to me, the casino helped the tribe with different bills they had. But and even there was one manager who brought in games. He brought in this poker machine, and people sat around it, and he brought in other games that. So I seen the casino do this up and down, and then managers to overturn, and then employees. I see how you got rid. I wasn't present at the time, but when you reported the employees, but it came to how did you go about deciding on which employees? Did you have some kind of exit report? Did you go about a report or having those things looked at to see which employees wanted to work, which ones were just kind of relaxed and going with the flow? I wonder how that process went. Things like this, I had questions about. So, thank you. Ploy.
Ben?
Okay, I got a quick one also too. I know it was brought up earlier by the treasurer, I guess. Just getting to the point, I have worked out to the casino in my younger years. I don't know, I'm still young anyway, but I guess there's a big change from what I said, because I rarely go out there. My family goes out there quite a bit, but I rarely go out there only because, I'm not really a gambler as much or anything like that. But going out there because of the restaurant, possibly even, the entertainment, if there was. But, I guess for me, when I went out there recently because of darts, darts is my biggest thing. I'm gonna protect that because that's an entertainment for our older tribal members, I guess you can say. So those are just one of my biggest things. I would like to make sure that we help our tribal members into that. But going out there recently, and I understand it's moving, it's changing, but I've asked the previous marketing director too to try to help with that, to try to bring in some of the dart players to try to at least do something with them, I guess. The restaurant or the alley restaurant, I'm not sure what it's called. We ordered some food there. It was kind of interesting because we went there with the ticket. And the food was in a warmer, and they said, "Well, what did you order?" And I said, "Well, with burgers and fries." "Well, here's one right here. You can just get this one." And I said, "Look, it's not the same number." "No, it's not. It's just in there." So they just took somebody else's food to give it to me to say, "This is what you ordered." And I was like, "Wow, that's pretty interesting." Then, of course, when I walked into the casino, it was the same thing too, as far as the carding people when they come in. And I said, "How can you card?" Like an 80-year-old person. What's the point of that? I mean, I do know they have to have their ID in order if they win a jackpot of some sort. But that's it's the first impression, as we could say, when you go there. That's what I think, and we need to change and stuff, whatever. So that's my thought on it. To make sure. Can I get the floor again? I'm gonna stop and get the floor again for my 3 minutes. So okay, can you answer to that real quick?
Yeah, well, the gaming commission requires us to check on. I don't want to card somebody that's 80 years old.
Yeah.
I talk to the gaming commission. I do whatever they tell me. What regulations they give.
Was there justification for it? I mean, did they say why they wanted to do it?
Well, I mean, obviously 21 years is always fun, but the other thing is you're not supposed to be in a casino anywhere in this country without ID. We don't know, are you money laundering bills in our bill validator? Are you legit? Yeah. So everybody in this country, they don't check it in Nevada at the front door. But if they ask you, "Hey, sir, show me some ID," anywhere else you don't have it, you're thrown out. So everywhere in the country requires ID in a casino. Tribal gaming requires it when you enter the casino. That's a regulation. I don't know, whatever. But it's been in every tribal casino I've been in. So it could go all the way back to a NIDA regulation. But yeah, that's a game. We're just doing what our rules and policies tell us to do.
Yeah, it never happened before, and that's one of the biggest issues we've had.
We weren't doing it and I got bit on it.
Yeah, see, no, that was even before I was there, because I know I didn't check anything unless you were under the age of 21. You looked under the age of 21, then you don't know. But if that's a requirement, I mean, that's a deterrent right off the bat, to say, don't come in my casino if you don't have it. I'm not going to gamble here, then I'm not going to be here. But they're just my thoughts of what I think it's a deterrent when you have these types of issues. So to get it fixed, I think that's when, again, get another 3 minutes there, Madam Chair.
Go ahead and start again.
The other thing too is, again, with our darts deal, that's coming up here. I want to make sure that we at least, help them out. And I guess the connection to that, and I mentioned before too, we did the Prairie Hills Golf Course thing, whatever. She didn't hear her name. So the contact person for the dart leagues is Sammy Mooney Oliver. So that way we can actually have that connection with them. There was a big issue with a lot of the deterrent there with our tribal members involved in darts and stuff. So it's really frustrating for me to know that when our own tribal casino, kind of harasses our dart players because somebody doesn't like it. I don't understand that. I mean, it's just what's going around here in the public. So to address it, to make sure that's addressed. Now, I don't know if there's going to be retaliation, which I'm sure there probably will be. It was before. Somebody did come out to say, you guys got to be accountable now. We're all adults out there. Everybody's over the age of 21, I hope anyways. And if it doesn't look like they're over age 21, then again, that's where you card them. That's where you find out what's going on here. I mean, there's simple stuff like that. But again, when it happens out there on a daily basis, and I feel it's harassment, for our people, especially tribal members, I really think that our own casino should not be harassing our own tribal members. That's what I get a really big, I guess upset about. So we can address it here and let them know about it and make sure that, again, understanding not only the respect, but also the, culture-wise of what we can do to help our people and at the same time to generate revenue to continue on with these businesses. So again, a deterrent is really a big thing for me, a deterrent. You don't go to a bar and right away they card you for things, whatever. I mean, that's just my take on it. But our casino, the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Casino, does that because we have to do it. Why? So those are just my thoughts on it. And again, I'm very frustrated. It's never been done before, but of course, if we're going to do it again, then I suppose we have to put it out there in the public. Say we have to get carded. So those are just my frustrations. I feel like we need to address it, especially come up here for the report. So thank you.
Lila?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for coming down and giving us some good information. I think we're making progress, but I also want to remind council that we did let 35 of our tribal members go from the casino. And I know that made an impact on the revenue and the money that's there. But I want to see us work towards staying as, connected and communicating as much as possible. So eventually, we can start hiring our people back. It's real unfortunate, something we don't want to talk about, but it was the reality that we had to do to save the casino. But that did, make an impact on the figures. And it's unfortunate that, it's always our people that have to pay. And we let some really good people go, really good people that have dedicated and been there for a while. So, I don't want us to forget that. And I want us to always have in the back of our minds that, we want to get to that place again where we can bring our people back. And I'm real hopeful that some of them did come and apply with the tribe or whatever, but a lot of people live right there at the village and do work there. So that's in the back of my mind, working to that goal. I don't know if our casino will ever get as big as it was, not with the way things are going. Like you mentioned, Nebraska, what they're doing. But I did get a flyer and I was impressed. That's something that's really good that is happening. We're starting to, invite our players back. And I'm hopeful that, we get to a good place because our tribe really depends on that revenue. It takes care of employees. We got, important programs here. We got clothing orders. We have our people to take care of. So I just wanted to mention that, that was really a tough decision. But thank you for getting us this far. Thank you.
I can address the employee side. I would, I don't have the exact number here, I would guarantee you 35 of the people that left in the upper 20s were offered jobs to come back as well. Some chose it, some didn't. I have rehired a lot of people we got, because remember, we had the discussion that we would go to them first.
Yeah.
The people that really didn't come back was the management,
Yeah.
that we eliminated those positions,
Yeah.
because they were the higher salaries and everything and all that stuff. That group did. Obviously, they got to come back to a lower position.
Yeah.
I'm gonna tell you right now, most of those people have been offered jobs. Some of them refused, some of them didn't come back and work. I've got a couple of people now that were on the first of the layoffs. You know what I mean? They were in their 90 days when we
Yeah.
started that. They've been back. So I'm gonna tell you what, a lot of those people, not everyone, most of those people have all been re-offered. Yeah, because we lose people.
Yeah.
I knew we would lose people,
Bleeding is
but
like that.
we needed to stop the bleeding. So.
Yeah.
Emily, get the floor, Bill.
Yes, if I could get a floor for community members.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Council, Casino. I'm not much of a gambler, but, my name is Philip Little Thunder. I'm not much of a gambler, but I do enjoy going out there for special occasions, and I do travel for my job. So I stay at a lot of casinos, hotels, and, dine out and stuff. One thing that still sticks into my stomach is seafood. Seafood night up in northern Minnesota. You mentioned roast beef or prime rib, and sometimes that do you switch up the menu or? But that was just a suggestion I wanted to bring up. Seafood night. People like shrimp or lobster, or I have fun up there. So I thought I'd just bring that in. Thank you.
Yes, sir. I'll address that a little bit with you. Yeah, Fish Fridays, very common, okay, to do fish on Fridays and fish buffets. Right now, we're doing Friday and Saturday, obviously, prime rib and the buffet. Some nights we add Mexican dishes, some nights we put extra barbecue dishes, some nights we put Asian or Hispanic food. So good point. There, one of the toughest price point in the business is seafood. Okay, I'm already losing money on the prime rib. Okay, I'm doing it to get people in the building. So seafood, I know they do it every other week at Fairwinds. They do it every other Friday. They do seafood, so it is doable. But I do have to let you know, I kind of got to limit my losses in food and beverage, because food and beverage is a loss leader. The food and beverage in the hotel film, with losing money every month. The hotel, we're gonna fix that because we're getting more people in. It's a good point. I love fish fry. It's a great point. It is, and even a lot of the steakhouses are serving turk. You get a steak and you get a lobster and everything. It's a great point and I love it. Very tough price point. Okay, so right now at $39, okay, if you come in and get one slice of prime rib, and you eat, we try to fill you up with the other food, okay? That's why there's usually macaroni and cheese, potatoes, all right? Because you want to fill a guy up with cheap stuff. We don't want to. If a guy gets 2 pieces of prime rib, I lose money. Okay? So I got to be careful with seafood. If I was going to do seafood here, would you tell me that someone would be willing to pay $65 a night for a seafood buffet? They're already complaining at 39 for prime rib.
Maybe once a month or something.
Yeah. But remember, seafood is the biggest waste factor. You can't save it. You either eat it or throw it away or give it away. I could lose 10 grand on bad seafood. Okay? So it's a point well taken, and I love the idea of a seafood thing. I have to be so careful where we go and what we do. But I love the idea. Good stuff. Love it. Does that help, or any more questions? Okay, good. No, I'm glad. Thank you for coming in and talking about that.
Bob and Mike. I'll tell you.
Ja, pokazati Chantal was standing up at shoes up below you. I got a couple of questions and that I've been thinking about quite a bit, and I'll got a question for the marketing director over there. You said you guys keep a database out there. What is mostly the constituents you guys have on, you guys have a lot of tribal members as constituents, or what are you targeting to raise the marketing of the casino?
That's a good question. Most of the database, working with the marketing team there, most of the database is made up of people from South Dakota, of which many of those are tribal, of course, not all, but many. And then also people from Nebraska, those geographically, those are the two closest places. And then a small percentage from what I would say are the surrounding states, but that's small. But they are there. We get people from North Dakota. We do get people from Wyoming. There's some of those neighboring states.
The
So
reason
that's,
why I'm asking that is, my opinion is, when the casino first started many years ago, I think they were targeting the older white ranchers in Nebraska. And now it seems like the casino targeting the tribal members. You're taking out money out of one pocket and then putting it on the left side. So that's one of the reasons why you're making very much money.
no, I'll address that. To the best of my knowledge, the way you work a database is once, so 30, what do we got, 31, almost 32 years ago, right, open, you don't know what that database is going to be. So the computer is going to pull recent players, and they don't know who those people are. I mean, just looking at the name and the whatever, right? So if you're playing, let's put it this way, if you were a player and you didn't get a little offer, you might be offended. Hey, I go out there play, they never send me any mail, any free play. So everyone gets treated based on their level of play. Now, to your point about the additional, incremental, trying to get some new stuff in there, then the targeting will be more Nebraska. But as far as people getting a piece of mail, if any of us played, well, not us, but the regular players played in there in the last little bit, they're going to get a piece of mail. The reactivation, trying to get people back in, those tend to be people who have, they haven't played recently, may lean a little more Nebraska. I don't know that off the top of my head. Then there's digital marketing. Okay, let me just finish with one thing. Digital marketing is hitting things from geofencing, going out into the community, social media, those type of things. Now that we can target a little bit more. Okay, it's kind of like being on TV. If you want to be on a TV station, maybe you pick the city where you want to be on TV. In those cases, we're going to concentrate all on Nebraska. Yeah.
The reason why I'm asking, the reason my curiosity is because it seems like the majority of the constituents at the casino are tribal members. And if that's the case where you guys are generating all the money from the tribal members, then why can't you guys start looking into a cultural aspect of managing that casino, having more power out there? Whatever happened to that old traditional Lakota food that they introduced 4 or 5 years ago? We used to serve buffalo meat out there. Wasna, Warjapi. That's gone in the wind. And there's no continuity in the service out there. So that really disappoints a lot of people. And that's one of the reasons why I brought that issue up, is because I think that we're more Lakota oriented, self-supporting, than we are getting constituents from the outside. That's my outlook on it. And second issue that I kind of like to discuss is when it comes to employees, casino employees. It seems like we're targeting the casino employees and we're saying that they're a problem. Have you guys have staff meetings every morning?
Not every morning, no.
I think I'll recommend a staff morning every morning so you guys will all get in line on what you guys are trying to get done, because I've got several complaints, whistleblowers. Now, I'm not going to reveal their name, but their constant complaint is regarding the higher ups being bullies out there. They're being bullied. They're bullying a lot of these lower class employees to a point where some of them don't want to come to work. Well, he done all the answering, so I still got my 3 minutes yet. So I that's one of the reasons, I'm asking that question is you need to talk to your higher ups to, you know, alleviate some of that bullying that's going on out there, and you're not gonna have that employee problem anymore.
Hey, I'll address a little bit of bullying. You call it bullying. You want to know what I count? I call a lot of what we're doing, we're holding people accountable. I told you when I started here, I'm going to run this casino like a business. You know what I'm saying? We're going to run it like a business. So I guarantee you, let me tell you what happened last night. Our cook came in drunk, the other one called with a hangover. We didn't have a deli open. I'm not bullying, but they're going to say I'm bullying them when I say you're accountable. You have to sit out 30 days for showing up drunk. That's a policy. Okay, I didn't make that. It's been there forever. So I don't bully. I'm going to be one of the nicest people you ever meet. I mentor and train people, but I appreciate what you're saying. There's a few tough people, but there's a lot of complaints.
I appreciate your answer too, but have you talked to your other floor bosses and stuff
We're in
about
my
that?
office all day.
How do you know that they're not doing that?
Because the property has so few employees and I live on that property, I talk to every employee every day.
Okay.
Everyone. And I have an office that's doors open. They walk in the middle of my Zoom calls, their meetings, I stop what I'm doing and I help them. So I'm the most employee-friendly person you'll ever meet. Because I started at the bottom of this business to work for it. But if we are holding people accountable, they call that bullying. I call it, I'm running a business. And we're going to lose money if we don't hold people accountable.
In my case, I represent the Oyata people, and whatever they tell me, I'm gonna have to take that with a grain of salt and bring those issues up, you know? I'm not gonna stay silent when they complain to me.
I get it.
And that's one of the reasons why I'm asking these questions. And back to marketing. I think that you need to start advertising a little more on the highways. You can't even tell there's a damn casino out there until you go by it. I keep bringing that up. About 10 years ago, I was sitting on the table and I brought that up. And 10 years ago, and there's still nothing. Saying there's 5 miles ahead, there's a Rosebud Casino. It doesn't tell you that. So the only time you know there's a casino is if they go by that and miss it, and then you see a little bitty flashing neon sign out there. It took me several years to try to get one of those going too.
And I do appreciate that as a very new person here with a deep background in marketing. Billboard's one of the first thing I looked at in terms of where's our billboard maps, and it is time to refresh. It is time to refresh the billboard. So one of the ideas that we have is one of the big attractions recently, but it's just been going for about month and a half, is that prime rib buffet. But back to the problems that Drew says, I need to make sure before I commit to new vinyl on those billboards, which costs money, I'll advertise the heck out of that prime rib buffet. We want to make sure that we've got our ducks in a row and those service levels are good, the food levels are good, and we're getting there. It's taking time, and I want that prime rib buffet to be a main part of advertising on these different billboards. Some of the billboard contracts will come due. It's the perfect time to change what they call the vinyl, and we'll do that. Okay. So that is coming.
If you're involved in the gambling industry, you gotta spend money to make money. And one last question, just out of curiosity, are you culturally sensitive to our area?
Yeah, I understand.
I mean, I'm not talking to you, I'm talking to him.
But yes, yeah, and brand new and learning a lot about the culture as well. Yeah.
All right, appreciate that. Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
So the one point you bring up, which is good, let me address it, is no one in the past that we're aware of, from talking with marketers and whatever, has ever been deep rooted in Valentine and in Nebraska. Okay? So John and Marcus, being marketing guys, have been attending all the Chamber of Commerce meetings in Valentine. Okay? So we're building a relationship in that area because we know the growth market needs to come from Valentine. We know the tribe is the tribe, but we know we've got to grow our revenue by going into Nebraska. How do you call it, Nebraska? So he spent numerous meetings, 2 or 3 meetings were there. He and I and Donna went to a tourism dinner on a Saturday night. We went to a group that does tourism for the state of Nebraska to talk to people, introduce ourselves, get in the relationship. We are building a footprint of relationships in Nebraska, which I don't think anybody's ever done. You correct me if I'm wrong. So we are addressing a new market because we know that's where the future is, the revenue. Couple little obstacles. The South Dakota state did not approve global wagering. Guess who did? Nebraska. So that eats into our market as well. Now they can go on their phone. We're behind. South Dakota's behind.
I just hope that you guys, take this with, just a recommendation, because, you know, I'm sick and tired of, previous general managers BSing us. It happened too many times, and I'm not saying you are, but I want you to understand that, you know, I'm looking out for that now, making sure, out there people are gonna be safe and the casino's not gonna get screwed over.
Sure, we have another question with Ben.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you again. Try to make this quick as possible, but I think with my colleague is also pushing forward with some of the employees out there. There has been some concern also with some of the employees who said they were pushed out, you know, when they first came in. So I was kind of just curious about how that would have been somewhat, and understanding what the bigger picture it is, I guess, you know, accountability wise, and, you know, pushing people out of a program or even one of the entities there for the casino to help. It's really hard since the other general manager was in here, because again, it's who you come in contact with first. Watch out for this person. Don't do that to that person. You know, you should get rid of this person. You know, a lot of that comes into play here no matter what. And it's very frustrating when, you know, again, it's like, well, they don't like them because, I don't know, family-wise or something like that. So I do understand and I do appreciate the accountability-wise, but again, to make sure it's done fair and to make sure it's done, you know, appropriate, because, you know, just pushing people out of these programs or pushing out of the entity because somebody doesn't like them, that's an issue. And I again, it's a personnel issue, and I'm going to leave it up to you guys to deal with that type of stuff. But I guess the switch on this field, you have that contact. I know that contact we asked before with the Prairie Hills golf course thing was supposed to be the chairperson. So is that still the contact person with that for that type of deal? Because they wanted to find out who the contact person was, and it was going to be you.
I get calls every day, so I don't know who you want.
Okay.
I get calls, in fact, I have to say, I was working on 2 problems for him, and I'm not even trying to. I'm working on getting the water shut off of the building.
Yeah.
I think I found a guy, and she called me for one other issue. Oh, we got to get all the utilities turned over to the other thing. I'm working on the golf course every day, indirectly. You know, the city's running it, but I'm working with it.
I know there was I think an MOU that came into play here also too. In there, was there a discount for tribal members or even for veterans? Have you
I
seen
didn't see
anything
anything in that.
like that? Okay.
No, the city wrote the contract, Eric reviewed it, put in all the revisions that was requested based on your thing. I didn't discuss it, it wasn't in the contract, it's up to them.
Okay, so that was one of the reasons why I did talk to Eric out there. I did ask if it was involved in it. So,
No.
Madam Chair, I would like to make a motion to approve the discount for our tribal members out there during the golf course for tribal members and veterans. 50%, I guess you can say, because it is our facility. It is our area to have that. So I want to make a motion to approve that if we can. Madam Chair.
50% discount,
Yes, for tribal members and veterans
and that's,
for the golf to utilize the golf. What do you call them? Green fees or?
Yeah, green fee.
Green fees, yeah. So I want to be able to give back to our tribal members something, at least to help them as they go out there to enjoy themselves in an entertainment area, even though
we
it's
have
not
a
the casino.
second to Ben's motion. Can you repeat, please? Can you repeat your,
Oh, motion to give 50% off on tribal members discount for the green fees out to the Prairie Hills Golf Course and veterans.
are you second?
I have a question. I was not here that day. I was
Yeah,
just curious,
I don't know
what
that.
are the green fees? I didn't see anything.
Talked to Eric, and Eric was one that said he didn't see that in there also in that MOU.
Without a
So-
second, his motion is ready to die.
I'll say.
You second. Second by Roe, okay. Now Emily. Did he give you your answer?
No, I was just wondering if we saw, like, what are we,
That was
what
it.
is the price that we're reducing to? I just wanted to make sure that we saw that because I wasn't here that day.
Yeah, the MOU is what it says in there.
That
Mike, is your question related to this?
Yes, it is. I'm kind of under the impression that the city of Mission is now operating it out there.
We didn't approve the MOU yet. Not
We haven't
sure.
approved the agreement yet. Okay, so wouldn't your
It's signed right here, sir.
when
We approved it, we approved it. We just have the resolutions that we're supposed to approve it now.
Well, we agreed in principle, you know, with the city of Mission the last time we met with them, and that would have been the time to do what you're wanting to do. It's a good idea.
Yeah.
But they're the ones that are, you know, that have to run with it, the city of Mission.
Do you agree it's our property and our tribal members should
I
get something on it?
understand,
So-
well,
so I'm
it's
just
our
saying,
property and stuff, but
Yeah.
we're turning the use and management over to the city here. So it
generate
just
revenue.
makes sense that, you would make your motion when we're talking to the city of Mission.
That's not till tomorrow, but he wants to be able to want to do the talking, so I don't know. We have to speak up for our people somehow, some
Well,
way.
yeah, we're gonna do that tomorrow, when the city of Mission's here, and
He said to talk, she said to talk to Bobby, because Bobby's the one that's gonna be talking to him about it, so.
I have no control over the management of the golf.
when you make a motion, it's a directive.
Yeah, that's what it is. Because it wasn't an MOU, it's not an MOU. It's not an MOU.
Well,
It's not
obviously,
in there.
you're not gonna see it the way I do.
Well, that's the whole point of it,
So it's part of the discussion of your motion.
Yeah, this is part of the discussion, and it's all about running a business. And look at Redco. Did any of us receive a memo that or that Turtle Creek's closing? And they're a chartered entity. And we didn't. But we heard it through our community members. So that's a business over there too. So what are they doing different that the city's doing? So where do we find our balances here? And I'm sure that, like our colleague, Mr. Bolt said, we turned that over to them to run it. And I'm sure that they're gonna eventually come to an agreement especially with our veterans.
Recommend that they do.
Yeah, and we can recommend that tomorrow. But, we need to make sure that the communication is here. That's why we're always where we're at, because there's no, making people be accountable and there's no communication. Bottom line. So where do we find our checks and balances? Thanks.
If there's no more discussion, I need a question.
I have one more question.
Okay.
I'm just wondering if it could be like a recommendation or a negotiation talking point, just because I didn't see what the proposed amount is, and so I don't even know if 50% is the best option. And so that's where I'm coming from. But I also will not vote if we're going to move forward. But I'm just wondering if it could be more of a suggestion or a talking point versus a demand. I don't know what the language in our MOU states at this point. If we were already signing it, I would want to make sure that we're following whatever that agreement.
I think that's the part of the government to government type negotiations. And I know when they brought the actual MOU over here to actually discuss, it was just what we decided and that was it. But then I wanted Eric to actually go through it to see if that's what was reasonable. But, their lawyer sent it over to us to get it approved right away. So we had no negotiation whatsoever on it. So that's why I'm saying if they're just gonna go and get revenue off it, generate revenue off it with their own property, then we should be able to at least get some say so in it somehow, some way. But, I mean, it's tough because we can't run it. Apparently we can't run it because, it's shut down. So now we're gonna have somebody else run it, but even though it's our property. So I'm just trying to make it fair for our tribal members to have at least some kind of say so in it, at least just to say this is what we can get with an entity. Cause they could just push them all out and have somebody from Valentine, Pierce, somebody come in and just, go over the whole thing. So that's just my thoughts on it. So, but it was brought up, several times from some tribal members and, if they're gonna utilize it too, then they should probably have some kind of, some take. So that's just my thoughts on it, but.
Thank you, Brad.
Yeah, thank you.
Is there any other discussion? Before the question, or raise the question, Drew handed me the MOAs, and I asked him if the council received them. He said these went out to all the council. How many of you did not receive the copies of the MOAs with the city on the golf course? Have you all received this?
Can't remember if it's email or not. I can resend it out to everybody in an email, but yeah, you have two documents. You have the city's original contract. You have Eric's whereas changes that were on the document. The vote was to approve the changes that Eric supported, but they had to be moved into the original city document. so that we have a full document now that we can sign.
Did you find it?
That has been done. I sent it to, people have it. So that's what was happening. We were adding the whereas, remember all those things? You voted on that resolution, approved it. That had to get added into the contract by Warren, the city's attorney. That's done. It's on this contract. I will get it out to everybody if you don't have it, but I got hard copies. If you need it, I got 3 copies here now that somebody can make copies if they could.
Council, this went out to you on May 12th in email. So whoever doesn't have a copy, let Ben know and we'll get good copies made. Save a tree if you've already accessed it. So raise your hand if you need a copy. Anybody else? 2 copies from the Secretary's office.
2 copies.
Okay.
I just have
I was looking at the proposal really quickly. It doesn't have like the green fees in there or what it's gonna cost, but I just wanted to say that in voting, I agree with Ben that it's nice to give our council or our tribal people and veterans discounts like that. But with the shape that this facility is in, I don't feel like it's really feasible right now to give big discounts when there's a lot of repairs that can be done as well. So I'm not gonna vote in favor of it. Just wanted to say that.
Part of the discussion? Mike?
One of the I'm sure part of the consideration of the city of Mission, as to running the golf course is the financial consideration. And we don't know what kind of an impact this might have on the financial aspect of part of the operation. And I'm sure the city of Mission, they crunched the numbers in deciding whether or not they wanted to make this adventure, I guess, and they apparently, obviously, they decided financially they could do it. Now, just issue like this, we don't know at this point what kind of a financial impact that's going to have on the numbers that they crunch. I mean, it's pretty simple. In all fairness to them, we should discuss this with them rather than just bring it up here when they're not here, and I don't know, somehow it just doesn't,
You have that
in all
option to
fairness,
table
in
and
all
bring up
fairness to the
tomorrow.
mover and stuff, it's really a rude thing to do at this point.
So it's,
That's the way I look at it. I don't care how anybody feels about it. That's my feeling.
I'll make a motion to table it till tomorrow, till they're here, and we can discuss it with them.
Yeah. Just my defense on it is that I didn't, we had to put it on the agenda already. I know you asked at the beginning of the day to put it on the agenda for tomorrow, so it wasn't even on the agenda either. But I'm not gonna be here. I got a VA appointment tomorrow, so I'm not gonna be able to be here. That's just what was brought to me. And again, if we can't negotiate with a government to government type of entity to get what our tribal members want or what we want, then I guess we'll just let it go. We have a lot of buildings out here that need to be repaired. So if this building was in bad shape, because it was, they tried to come with us, I think 2 years ago, and they didn't want it because it was so bad. But it hasn't been rebuilt anyway. We don't have the money to rebuild that stuff. So there's also entities out there that should be. So like Spotted Tail Crisis Center or Spotted Tail Golf Course out here too, that they're renovating that also, and we're not helping them out. So there's a lot of possibilities, but in this situation, and all I'm asking is just for our tribal members, to get at least some kind of something out of it. But if you want to table, that's fine. I'm not
yeah,
gonna be
we
here,
have a
so.
tabling motion, a
We can
second.
bring it up tomorrow, Ben.
Tabling
We're
motion,
not here.
a second. I need a question, and after that, no more discussion until tomorrow. Do I have a question? Charles, all in favor of tabling?
All you golfers come boys tomorrow too.
Tabling?
Hi.
Opposed?
What?
Not voting?
Yeah, this is very good time for me to be talking. Can you hold on later? Time?
Yeah, we just stepped out. Tabling motion carried. It can be brought back up tomorrow when they're here.
Thank you.
Council, we're gonna take about a 10 or 15 minute break. We need to, you guys will finish then.
We're done. Oh, you want me to come back?
Are you done?
I'm done.
Oh, if you're,
I got a question.
are you
I
done
was
with
just
them?
here to answer questions. I'm done. Thank you.
Okay. Go ahead, Mike, and then I'll tell you why we're taking a break.
Okay, well, if they're gonna come back, still be here, I can wait, but I had a couple questions, at least one question. that I
Okay.
wanted to ask. I
Can
guess,
you wait? Okay, we're gonna take a break because we have an attorney and we need to go off the air that is gonna present to you guys. It's important. So we can't be on the air because it's an attorney discussion.
Exec
So
or
we're
not?
gonna take a 15-minute break.
We're gonna go into exec.
No, it doesn't need to be an exec, it just needs to be off the air. He's just gonna zoom in with us and it's something for you guys, for your information. It's a follow-up on one of our cases. So we're just going off the air for 15 minutes and then we'll go back on the air.
an explanation of the balance sheet. I don't think that Will is going to do it today, but we need to keep educated on this stuff. We're not going to, if we don't understand these numbers, we're not going to be able to make decisions again. The only way we can understand them is to review them and ask questions about them, you know. But anyway, next meeting, Brett. But I was looking at the balance sheet and under the assets portion of it, an asset being stuff that you have, basically. And I see on here accounts payable. And I don't understand how accounts payable, which is, I understand generally as a liability, is doing in the asset section of the report. Why we're calling the accounts payable an asset.
There's a couple of things in there, Mike, I have to get.
It's kind of contrary to my elementary
It is,
understanding.
it is.
But it's in the report.
There's a couple of things they owe us, people owe us, okay? Some things got overpaid years ago, and we have some credits and a few things coming, I'm negotiating those. I don't know the specifics, but I'll tell you, yeah, there is a couple things in there.
Okay, so it's just the language that it's misnomer, you know, it should be reworded to
It's a little
something else.
confusing,
Yeah.
but it's, yeah, it's accountants, yeah,
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Any more questions for,
Oh, I did have one more.
okay,
On the income side of it, I noticed there's no allowance for income expenses as an expense. Is there an allowance? I didn't see an allowance for depreciation. And normally, again, that is just kind of a standard practice.
On the income statement, listen, yeah, go to page 3.
Now, so I can't do it, I'm kind of blind.
You're fine. We go to page 3. Yeah, okay, yeah, now you're in the front, go to 3, keep going, one more. Okay, here's your depreciation expense. Remember
Okay.
how we're doing it monthly,
Right,
and last year
yeah.
they did it once a year?
Yeah, you just answered my question.
Okay,
Yeah,
You got it.
chalk it up to my bad eyesight. Sorry.
we're all getting there. You're okay.
Evelyn?
I was just gonna move to approve report if there's no other questions.
Okay, before you do that, does anybody have any questions on the Sioux Plaza or the Quality Inn report that he handed out? Are we good with it? Mike?
Hey, just a quick one. How's our relationship with the franchisor on the hotel?
All right, hotel, good question.
How's that going?
So the hotel hadn't made any payments, there's 2 things going on with the hotel. There's your franchise fees, right? It's 5 1/4 and 3 1/2, so we're about 8 3/4, okay, 8 3/4% you pay on every room. Okay, that's the franchise fee. Okay, second item is the fines and all the interest and penalties. Okay, when I got here, none of it was being paid, neither side. In the last 3 months, I am in the process of almost completing paying all the franchise fees. Much lower monthly cost, right? So 3 or 4,000 a month instead of the 100 grand in fees we got, right? So I started paying the monthly franchise fees at that amount, and I'm back paying it all the way to October 1st. I'm cleaning that up, nothing has been paid. But I am not paying, which keeps them always threatening me, but if you want to close me and get no money, that's your next option. I'm not paying the fines and fees. I will give you an example of one fee. We just got dinged on there for 20 grand on a fine. You know what it's from? They made the Q different on Quality Inn Hotel, and I haven't updated my signs, which would cost $50,000 or $60,000. $20,000 a year fine, start adding interest. Okay? I'm gonna fight that till the day I leave here, all right? I'm gonna fight, because this is stuff ridiculous. We don't have the money to be dumping that in. The fees On the daily rooms, I agree, we need to pay it. And I am paying it, and I am catching it up from when I wasn't even here. Does that help? I'm just not, I'm fighting the other stuff.
So, we're not trying to get out of the franchise agreement then
I tried.
anymore, at this point. So it's kind of a Mexican standoff then, and, yeah.
The only thing they come back, our contract's good till 2029. They came back and said, buy us out. I don't know.
Yeah.
I tried to get rid of it, because we really don't need a big flag out here, but you know what, it didn't work. I tried.
Yeah, and the value, one of the values they provide us is the reservation.
The software.
Yeah,
All the
are
systems.
they doing that?
Yeah.
They're living up to their,
Yeah, all the software and everything
yeah,
else.
okay.
There's a second point to that, if you want me to go there, I will. Yeah, but they're living up to the
I mean,
software.
they're not withholding,
Yeah.
being uncooperative when it comes to that.
They started being much more cooperative and toning down the
Once
threats.
it's off the money.
Some fees coming in.
Yeah.
The fees coming in, everybody. And I'm going back. I'll go back to the first of our fiscal year and pay those.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Michelle?
I have a question. I was getting some messages and things, so I have to ask, what steps do you take to handle any complaints that come through? I have gotten some complaints that the quality of the food is not good for the amount of money that people are having to pay. So with all of the promotions as far as trying to bring people back to the restaurant, what is the plan to better the quality of the food?
Ongoing. We raised our food from a deli that's only open half a week to where the deli's still open half a week to the buffet. Okay, it's a big challenge, big push. We are still fine tuning the buffet. Okay, I don't know, earlier I explained to you my cook situation. We don't have anybody consistent in the kitchen. It's always an ongoing problem. I am addressing it in a bigger way, but your point's well taken.
Maybe contact somebody for a traditional food day, and your tacos or happy, things like that would bring people out.
Well, you gotta get licensed and everything to work in the kitchen and all that stuff and be an employee, but, I mean, you want food truck? You want-
What do you do with the complaints when you do that?
They come to me. Oh,
How do you handle them? Because they feel like their complaints aren't being addressed. As far as, the drawings being not fair with people that are earning their points and sitting around while other people are spending money and not getting drawn, things like that.
I haven't heard one. Everything comes to my office, man. I live there. People wake me up at 10 o'clock at night and call me to complain. I have to come out in the middle of the meal. You got it.
Okay, well, for whatever reason, they're making it to council and I'll just send them back to you.
Yeah, I mean, the marketing guys can answer questions. I'll answer questions. He lives in the casino. I live in the casino. The CFO lives in the casino.
Okay, well, as long as they hear it, that you're willing to address these complaints.
We do. Everything's not perfect in drawings. I haven't been in a casino in my life that's drawings and somebody's not happy and somebody is. But they're legit, they're fair, they're honest. You know, the gaming commission checks every one.
All right, thank you.
I got a quick question before we vote. Out of curiosity, why are you gonna be able to tell us why the Hilton is dinging us for penalties on that? Who? Hilton?
Quality Inn,
Quality Inn.
Choice Hotel.
Yeah, why are they dinging us? Can you be able to tell us?
They'll fine you because of your original contract if everything's not in perfect order, and we're not in perfect order. We're told in our original contract, any changes they make, we will address and apply. We don't have the money to change out our sign. That's just one, okay? We don't. They want us to order higher end sheets, higher end. We do order a little bit at a time. New bedspreads, we do it a little bit at a time. They make their money finding us and charging us interest. That's why I follow.
They're kind of forcing us to buy their product, and if we don't buy it, they penalize.
100%, or do it the way they want it done, manage it the way they want it done. Does that make sense? Everything is under their control.
But several years ago, I brought in a complaint to the I don't know which one of the 6 temporary GMs, but I brought in a complaint that a lot of people, were complaining about. So do we still have that problem out there, do you know?
On the hotel or just in general?
Hotel,
We're doing pretty good.
no complaints on that?
No.
Okay, I'll visit with
There's
you.
always a couple of issues with the room or something, or they stay an extra day, or they get a day, but we all handle that.
I don't know if it's gonna be appropriate for me to bring that up.
Yeah, you can visit with you privately on it.
Okay.
That's what you and I visited about last time I was out there.
Yeah. No, you can bring it to my attention, but
That complaint alone, I'm pretty sure the casino lost a lot, the motel lost a lot of revenue on that.
Yeah, they've addressed it. If there's no more questions for Drew, do you want to make a motion to accept his report? Mike?
I will move to accept the report.
Second, and Marion, question Chris, all in favor? Opposed? Not voting? Motion carried. Council, we're going to take a half-hour break and your lunch is here and then we'll start again. Yeah.
Oh, gaming, maybe she said that was, gaming?
Yeah, is somebody here from gaming?
Oh, he sent the email.
Email saying
Yeah.
that she won't be here, but
Okay.
he'll turn in a report later.
Okay, so we'll just go on and we'll start with the grazing.
Okay.
Who gives the gaming?
John Portier?
He emailed out one in May. That was the last one. He sent an email this morning saying he's sick.
When's the last time you guys did?
Probably March.
In March?
April. Yeah, one of them.
Here, I got one. Thank you, sir.
This is May and he would come in.
Yes, you want.
April.
So,
They do.
I have a question. Does anybody know who has this document? I was wondering if we could share it on the screen while we're going through it.
Sherry sent that to Eric. So Sherry has that.
Okay. That's because we didn't have any in the secretary's office, so luckily Sherry kept record, I think, that day, because I have notes too, but I just was wondering if we could go through it on a screen because we don't have those notes, I want to make sure we have everybody's eyes on it.
Yeah, so, neither her or Wayne are here, so if you wanna all go through it, review it, see if everything is in accordance to that meeting. And then, are you vice chair?
Of land and natural.
Yeah, so you'll have to do the reading in if we're gonna pass this today. But, he just got it last night. Very good, that's why you're just now getting it.
Yeah, I think everybody assumed the secretary's office was keeping notes that day, and it doesn't sound like we
Yeah.
were, so I don't know if we can.
Yeah, what I kept, what we wrote in here, that during that session, I wrote on mine and I gave to, Eric, because we had a hard time figuring out who had the original thing. We didn't know if it was Sunny, if it was Lisa over there.
I know that's why I asked that day before we even started to make sure everybody was on the same page, and it just doesn't seem like we were, but moving forward, I think we're on a very short time turnaround, so
Yeah,
if
we
it's possible to get through today, understandably, if there's some things that we cannot come to consensus today, then we would pause, but I think the goal was to get through it today and get it passed by the end of this month, which would be Stacy. Does everybody have a copy?
Maybe you guys,
He needs a copy.
Oh, rescinded amend 2016-248.
So if we want to potentially approve, I'll start with a motion to approve,
Rescinded, it needs to be
amend, sorry.
amend, yeah.
2016-248.
Yeah. Motion to amend. I need a second. Chris, okay.
Okay, and just in lieu, just because we're on a time crunch, I'll probably just address the changes. But if there are any concerns or anything in the meantime, please skip.
Just really quick, while we're reading this in, all those people in the back are here for the same thing, can they get copies of this too?
He just gave it to them.
Oh, does everybody have a copy of that?
everyone's sitting over.
Ben, can you give Sammy one, please?
We might need a few more. We got 3 back here and then Sammy, so we need about 4 more.
Yeah, we made enough copies for everybody.
That's why I was trying to have it put up on the screen so we can
Yeah.
all review.
Thank you.
Should I begin?
Go ahead.
Okay, so basically, we're waiving the reading of the resolution there. It's very short, and I'll start on section 1. The first paragraph should have had some changes in there regarding the date, so we'll need to amend that from 2016 to 2026. And I apologize if I'm going to go back and forth because I have some notes written down and making sure that they're aligned here. So that looks like the first paragraph there is just that date change. They agreed to stay with the 10-year term. B, the minimum annual grazing rental rate remained at 14 for the AUM on tribal lands. However, the current allotted rate is higher than it was originally stated, so that's the amended there. It's not really changing anything because that's the current rate that it's right now. We're just stating what the current allotted rate is. And then that paragraph directly below it also states that that kind of fluctuates from time to time, year to year, depending on those reasons given there. I do have a quick question for BIA since you're here. They're in bold with a little asterisk next to it. It says all current stocking rates will be used until the ecological site and similarity index study is completed on all trust lands within the range unit boundaries. I'm just wondering how close we are to getting all of those complete with that.
Yes, go ahead.
This was on the previous one,
Does it say within?
when it was passed in 2016, and the stocking rates have been established. And we are on a pilot project for the past 5 years. The BIA is a Rosebud agency where we have established transects and we are monitoring them. So we do have some data over the past 5 years that, with the cuts in funding to the federal government, that this ecological study was always done at the very first year of the contract period. But due to funding cuts and the budget being cut through our region, this money was not here or not available for the start of this contract period. So we are using the current stocking rates, and we do have probably better data now than hiring a contractor to come in to do that, where our local employees and our tribal programs have assisted with this with our own members, that we can establish our own stocking rates each year if we have to, like with drought that we might be going into and which we are in right now, or if we get good rainfall. So we do have that.
So is it safe to say that we could strike those two lines that are
We can
bold
strike them
asterisk?
two lines,
Because you're
yes.
currently following that paragraph.
Right.
Okay,
ma'am.
just to let everybody know.
So take out the bold.
Yep, the bold asterisk there. Thank you. Okay. On C, it doesn't look like there are any proposed changes there. The next section goes to section 2, advertisement of grazing privileges. I apologize, I don't have any color on mine, but it doesn't look like there are any changes. If I missed something, please stop me. So moving on to the next page. Again, we don't look like we have any pages there underneath those sections A, B, or C. The next page, where we're on to D.
Hold on, Hamlin.
Oh, sorry.
Tammy.
No, remember on that one person. From.
Okay, very my top page.
So did I.
So this resolution, it's hard to tell where the changes are. It would have been good if they were italicized.
Thank you. Yes, you're right. You are correct. Yep. Yes. Okay. So on the section 2A1, it starts with be an adult 18 years of age. That section there, kind of towards the middle of that page.
Yeah.
The discussion and consensus that was at that time was to remove the portion of that says or eligible for. And so it would read, you must be an adult 18 years of age, enrolled member of the Rosebud Sioux tribe. So it would remove the part that says eligible for enrollment in, because they felt that we are no longer doing pending letters, and that whole process is a little bit different than it was when this was drafted previously. And so they felt that you should either be enrolled or not enrolled, since those are the only statuses that we currently have.
Emily, I gave my copy of my notes to Eric, but I remember that they wanted the insert tribal ID after driver's license in that
So-
same section.
Yes. So where we're talking about what they could use to proof of their addresses, there was also an addition to include our tribal enrollment IDs in there. Those do meet the qualifications for like a qualified ID or certified ID or whatever that is. That was also a potential addition. Thank you for that, Secretary. Okay. Any more eyeballs? I missed anything on that one? Yes. Oh, sorry.
I got a question, and being two, that page, it says the range unit will be awarded to the RST member who justifies the greatest need. Now, I don't know how I'm gonna get through the summer with my cat without selling some of them. Because I do need some more land, but too much of this land is tied up where a guy's got 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 range units. I just have these big tiny one that's 2 sections of land. I could double the size of my cover. And I just think it needs to be opened up for guys who are pasturing 400 to 500 head of non-Indian cattle. Some of us, like in my situation, should have a chance to take part of that land for our own cattle.
So for anybody wondering, we're on page 3. I apologize, this updated version doesn't have pages on it, so the first page. But what he's talking about is underneath there where, I just lost my spot here.
Number 2.
Negotiated range units, underneath number 2, there's some more words there, and then it talks about negotiated range units. Underneath there in that section, it says the range unit will be awarded to RST members who justify the greatest need. So I might need some input from BIA or somebody who might have more background experience in that, as far as when this would even come about or what this is actually talking about in the whole overarching.
That is basically with the allocation, whenever they have the point system, then it has, it has 1 through 4 on the number of head you have. If it's with 0 to 25% or 25 to 50, it's based off of year-long carrying capacity. So whenever that percentage, whenever they have your proof of ownership, whenever you bring in your proof of ownership, whether it be from a brand inspection or your bank or through FSA, if you're doing, a loan through them, and it depends on the size of the unit and your cattle, you get point systems through there on the allocation. Like in Calvin's instance, and on all these range units have established boundaries over the years, and you can add land into it or take it out, and most of the time it's through tribal land enterprise, and they, would incorporate new land into range units, or some have been split over the years. So, I think that need is kind of like on the allocation process, that point system.
This isn't the go-to process. This is after allocation, right of first renewal, and the bid processes have all been exhausted.
Right.
Then these kind of fall in. So it's more of a rare incident that would happen versus the everyday process, correct?
Right.
Okay. So for your question, are you asking for something specifically to be defined, or were you asking more like who gives the justification of greatest need? Is that what your question was, or?
I know the system, I know how it works, who's gonna get what. The pink on here is, my little range unit. And currently I'm running over 300% of cattle I need to own over my range unit. And the yellow is lease land from PLE that I lease to run my cattle. So I'm kind of in dire need of getting some more land.
So I think one thing that could potentially help, and it's beyond the grazing unit, but just how we manage land in general and what we think of as a management plan is pretty general, right? But to be true managers and stewards of the land, each individual unit, whether it's a farm pasture lease or a range unit or however we're going to look at it, should have an individual unique management plan specific to its grasses, specific to your goals as a business person, specific to the water, specific to your fences. And it's really hard to do all that for all of our land base, but that would be an ideal perfect world. So I think if we're looking at things about what your management plan is, what your still need is, I think that we still need to do some work there. And I believe between TLE, BIA, and Solo, we should be able to establish some type of public-friendly kind of resource for them to be able to sit down and identify, hey, if this is your business plan, this is the type of, acreage that you're gonna need to, meet that need and then go from there. So I don't know if there's anything specific that you'd like us to look at, but I definitely think it should be part of the ongoing conversation that we're having, especially when we're pulling in TLE land and all of our land in general there. Okay, thank you. Okay, so nothing else on page 3, I don't think. Oops.
If you look on section C, that same page, second paragraph down, it says RST tribal member exercising this option are required to have submitted a qualified bid for the, I think that's supposed to say particular?
We didn't catch that, but thank you. Please amend that. Yes. Okay. Okay,
So on page 4, you'll see all the amendments are underlined, Emily.
yes, I'm just going through on this one. It looks like the bidder's name only. I just wanted to make sure that's in there. Okay. So I think that was just the only addition there on D. There added that word only to specify that's the only name. And then moving on to E, the changes there would be allocated right of first renewal, Indian preference, and bid grazing permits shall not be assigned or transferred without written consent of all contracting parties, including surety. The Land and Natural Resources Committee will review assignments and transfers of grazing permits and make a recommendation to tribal council. There's more there, but those are the changes that were presented. Okay, there's no questions there. The next page, or no, sorry, my pages are different.
Emily, where are you at? All of my pages got page 1 on it.
That's what I said. I think we're on the fourth page 1.
We're on the fifth. We're on the 5th page now.
We just finished E. It's right above F estates on your 4th page 1. Yes. Sorry about that, guys.
Page 1.
They're all page 1. Emily, I'm not sure if something's missing, but it goes from, oh, I see, never mind. The E is not pulled out, so you can't tell there's an E there.
Tanya, would you be able to just make a little note of that for the formatting?
Yep.
Thank
I was gonna say, there's no E, but.
Thank you. Okay, so,
I'd like to give the floor to,
My question is, in regards to the whole thing, how are you determining Indian preference? Just enrollment, potential enrollment, or enrollment?
as far as the things that I went through was to be determined by you. What page are you on?
Well, you're on.
Okay. Okay. If it comes up more detail, just raise your hand again and we can address anything right there if that will work. Okay. So under F, estate, the discussion here had to do with the beneficiary form and making sure that that was included.
Mandatory?
Yes, so it's not like a option. They're suggesting that a beneficiary form be mandatory. That's the change there. So see where it says deceased members shall be eligible to continue in possession? I think that's where we're wanting a little bit more stronger word on the beneficiary there. That's number 2, the permittee must designate a beneficiary. G, grazing privileges will not be granted to anyone if they are delinquent on money owed to the tribe, tribal land enterprise, or BIA, including tribal taxes, unless applicants for grazing privileges make arrangements with the Rosebud Sioux tribe to satisfy, discharge, and retire the outstanding debt, obligation, or delinquency with documentation to retire the debt within the 180 days following the applicant obtaining grazing privileges. If payments are not made on a consistent basis, the range unit will be subject to cancellation. This delinquency provision applies to the occupants of the household who are 18 years of age or older and/or involved in the business. Allocation range unit may not be transferred to another household tribal member or individual involved in the business until the debt is retired and approved by tribal council. And so that includes debt by any of our tribal entities, which would include something like SWA rents. So just to let everybody know, almost all of our entities, at least the ones that I checked with, will work with you if you owe a debt. They'll offer payment agreements that you need to sign up and agree to pay. And those are what's going to suffice this as far as being on a payment plan. However, if you breach that payment plan or you don't abide by it, you would still be subject to cancellation for owing an outstanding debt. And I'm told the BIA does this, and they're pretty thorough about doing those checks. Okay, if there's no questions. H talks about a pass-through authorization. But it doesn't look like there were any changes made, just some discussion there. On that part of it anyway. And then moving on to the next section, which is, or not section, but the next letter, which is letter I. There are some changes there. There was some back and forth discussion on the range improvement fees. After that all was said and done, the consensus at the time was to just remove that aspect of it until it could be properly developed, meaning it would be fairly distributed, there'd be a policy involved, who's going to maintain it, how people access it, and all of that would be in place prior to people signing up or be required to pay for that. There was a motion from that meeting that sent something, and I apologize if I'm speaking, but it sent something to the Governmental Affairs Committee to look at how we tax, if there is a need for a land tax or something that would come back, but that was kind of a separate budgetary issue from the tribe, separate from this. So taking that out, what's being removed is a range land improvement fee will be assessed upon the owner or operator in possession of livestock pastured under pasturing authorization contracts in the amount of $3 per head per year for any livestock taken in by the permittee. That has now been removed. Yes, so that will be the new start. The new start of that section will be following approval of pasturing authorization by the superintendent, the contracting parties, and then it'll go on that way. But actually, that doesn't read right. I might have to work with Tanya to make sure that sentence.
I think following approval of pasturing authorization by superintendent was
Part of the strike,
was
right?
supposed to be.
Yes, thank you for that. Yes, so that sounds more appropriate. It looks like we're missing one more sentence there. The rest of that, however, still talks about some things that will still be in place, about the $15 per head. The next section, the next paragraph is completely removed. The one that starts with the revenue generated, because there will no longer be revenue generated. And then that third paragraph looks like there's maybe two small changes. Anyone who possesses a range unit will be required to handle all business in person. And then the next one is a USDA power of attorney form will not be acknowledged and will result in automatic cancellation. So those are some proposed amendments there to consider.
Section improvement.
Changes, there was some discussion there, but after everything, there was no proposed changes. It looks like kind of towards the middle of the page there that says improvements, cost share using tribal, state, and or federal dollars shall be considered property of the land. So it looks like that's an addition there or a change of some kind. The new permittee has 30 days from the date of signing the BIA grazing permit contract to contact USDA Natural Resources regarding those services. So it looks like there's a change there for adding that 30-day time frame in there. Yeah. Next page. Because again, there was some discussion here, but there was no proposed changes other than underneath 1 and 2, underneath letter C, it looks like they're adding unreasonable by the permittee and then determined to be reasonable. Yes, ma'am.
There looks like there's a typo on E, N-E. Programs will be M, and then under a grazing term, 1 is on E. On the previous page from where you.
Oh, yeah, sorry, up above there. Tanya, did you see that? Up above on the top of that page where it says DEFG?
Yeah.
There's a couple typos in there. There's a random M by itself. And then the next line under E, grazing permit is not same permit. That last word in the sentence there. Oh, yeah. And thank you for that, Michelle. Looks like there's another little strikeout for word and there. Okay. So now we're on D. No changes in D.
Just taking out the N after.
Taking out that and then in C1, we're adding the word unreasonable. So it's, does not like the permit, does not what land use for any reason requests an amount for land that is determined unreasonable by the permittee. And then goes on there, that word was, and then reasonable is added in number 2. I was not there for those discussions, so if there's any clarifying questions or need for defining, we might have to defer that to BIA or somebody that was there for that discussion. Okay, moving on. Doesn't look like anything there. B, it looks like this is where they went off. This does not match up. Oh.
Yeah, this is when it doesn't, we have to be cemeteries, and 1, 2.
Oh my gosh. Does your guys' match up?
No.
Mine.
We were missing, so after T. It should
This
be-
is it. Thank you.
Okay, this is how they messed it. This was when I was looking at it, so I got confused. Really confused. So in C2, they see how it ends with the 50-50 right here, C2, but then they took D, but they took D and added it here. So this is where D is supposed to start.
And that's why D is E?
Right, so.
Okay, so you know where we are on C? C. I'll come up there and show you, okay?
It took me some.
Yeah.
It took me some figuring.
Thank you.
Getting there,
It
trying
does
to figure it out.
Sorry, you had another. Okay, so on this version here, where you, on the top where it says C, and it has 1 and 2 underneath it. Now, in the middle of number 2, it should end after 50-50. And then where it talks about all persons who graze and own, that's actually letter D.
Start with the D?
Yes, and then, so then D should be E, and E should be F, and so on. Okay?
D should be E.
I'm sorry it's not on a board, but if you have your page in front of you that has 4 and then C on the top of it, underneath C, there's a number 1 and a number 2. In the middle of number 2, it ends the sentence on a 50-50 basis. That should be the end of number 2. And then all persons who own, that sentence should actually start section D. So then the below where it says section D, that's actually section E. And then it'll match up to your other one. Okay?
Again?
Oh, I didn't like it.
I was like.
Thank you for that. Because
All of these should be a letter ahead?
yes.
Okay.
So as I'm going through there, D is actually part of number 2. It says all persons who own and graze livestock on the reservation. That's its own section, section D. So that should be section D. But there's no changes. It just needs to be moved down. And then D will actually be E, okay?
It will be,
Yes. And E, there are still no changes.
Okay.
We actually don't have another change until we get down to I. Oh, excuse me, H.
Adjust your alphabet.
Oh, never mind, the letters are all.
I.
Never mind.
We
Okay.
table it?
So the actual next change is when we talk about the hay cut.
And that's I.
It should be I. On here it says H, but it should be I. And that one is changing the $2 rate to a $6 rate. And then at the end of it, it talks about a fee in case you do it without that, like a penalty fee. And so that will be, rather than being a $5 penalty fee, it'll be an additional $5 penalty fee. So it'd be like $11. So those are the two changes there.
Oh, it corrects, Emily.
Did it correct itself? Okay.
Yeah, it corrects itself when you get to O.
Good. And sorry about this, guys. We were kind of rushing it to get it done, so thank you for hanging in there with us. Okay. And so the next change is going to be down there on Q. Let me make sure that's the right. Prairie dog. Q. Yep. Prairie dog control will be implemented and carried out in accordance with the PIA, Tribal Land Enterprise, Natural Resources, EPA, any authorized state and or tribal entity. And so the goal there was to add the word state, tribal, and federal because there are maybe new resources or avenues, I guess, to partner to get some prairie dog control happening. And so we just wanted to expand that language to allow those new partnerships or new funding sources. On S, oops, where's that? Oh, that's it. On S, it looks like you're just adding the word after form 55525. You're adding the word grazing authority to the agency. Okay. The next changes come in letter V. The new language would read, all range unit permittees, tribe or tribal members will be required to have non-insured crop disaster assistance program NAP through the Farm Service Agency for the permit period, or the range unit will be subject to cancellation. So what we're really adding is this last sentence. As long as the NAP is available. If the program is not available, this section will become a recommendation for the use of alternative insurances. So basically right now NAP is available and it's funded, and so that's why it's a requirement. However, because there's some grumblings that this may not be here long term, if that is ever the case where that NAP is not an option for our people, then it would switch from being a mandatory requirement because it's no longer available to a suggested recommendation, a strong recommendation that they have some type of, sorry, can I get the floor for a title number?
Under S, under the lottees with majority ownership, I'm a lottee with majority ownership, but what if the lottee wishes to graze their land on a different, like normal grazing operations during summer months? What if they don't want the authority of the agency? Did you guys ever, what's in the policies with that?
Sonny?
If you have your own allotted land, either you want it in the unit or you don't. And if you put it in there, then whoever is the permittee leases it, then it's subject to them amount of management plan of grazing. But there is a stipulation for allottees, to put in if they wanted a different use of it, as long as it falls under the use of them AUMs, whatever that established land, the acres are, and the AUMs that are determined to be used, they can be used at any time, and the lottee can, if they have majority ownership, can help with that decision as well.
Thank you. Oh, remind me where we were. Section V. Actually, W, did that have anything? No, we discussed it, that's already talked about. Underneath letter A, under section V, allocation of grazing. Any permittee who received a grazing permit contract as a, this is the addition, first-time operator, one who has not had a range unit or has not been in cattle business for the past 10 years, has not had a TLE lease, have not had a range unit, or hasn't depended on raising cattle on the Rosebud Reservation for a livelihood as an operator. So that's a mouthful right there. The intention was to clarify the definition of a one-time operator. Previously, it only said range unit or 10-year business. Because we have other leases that technically could be considered a operation for livestock, the census suggested was to add TLE leases in there. So that's really what's changed there, is to add a TL lease as that definition of a one-time or first-time operator. The second part is just changing that date from 2016 to 2026. Again, in B, we're changing those dates. For C, there was actually a lot of discussion on the youth mentoring. It looked like in both the last two cycles of this grazing resolutions for the past 20 plus years, this has been in here and nobody's been tasked with it and nobody's really done anything with it. So there was a motion made at the last meeting to have some outreach done with our Sinte Gleshka University as they oversee that, the extension office that is cited in here to kind of help be the. Yes, because I really feel that that could be beneficial as a, kind of grow your own type strategy to get more people involved. Okay.
Changing the 2026 to 2036.
Yes, it looks like those are the only changes there on that page there. I think the formatting got weird there, but it looks like the only change on 3 again is that date from 26 to 36. Yep, we're changing that date. So we're adding to the point system some things there. Number 5 and number 6, the generational connection to the range unit for the generational operators. And I believe that was supposed to have a point assigned. I don't remember what it is. Does anybody remember? It was 1 point. 2?
Oh, 1, 2? I thought it was 2.
It was 1 or 2. I can't remember. For number 5, generational connection to the range unit for generational operators. There's no point system listed, but I know.
I think at the meeting.
It was 1 or 2, but I can't remember which one it was. Pretty sure it was 2. If you guys are okay with 2, we'll put 2 in there as that point allocated. So it'll just be adding a parenthesis with the 2 point. And then 6, incentive evaluation for the right of first refusal, which is 6 points. And Sunny, yep.
Yeah, I wasn't here last week when this was discussed, and our meetings, I don't recall this, and I don't think, this is for first-time operators. They get an allocation, and this right of first refusal wouldn't be under a first-time operator. That would be someone who already had a unit. I think number 6 should be struck from that.
Thank you for that. I know that you had to leave that TLE meeting early and then we weren't able to come to the last meeting. So there were some questions that we didn't have guidance from BIA, and I think that might have been one of them. And so we're okay with that. If the consensus in the room is okay with that, I would agree with BIA. They're the ones that will.
Strike 6.
Yes. And if it needs to come somewhere else, or if it should go somewhere else, we can address that in a later amendment or edit, or bring it to land committee if we need to do it that way. Can we also, the fourth word title?
Number 6, I disagree with that, because if you want to root out the bad leasers, there needs to be an evaluation system in there. The reason why I bring this up is there are some tribal members who are good leasers, but yet they don't receive good credit or good commendation or, you know, a good report. Yet every year when their lease is up, they gotta fight for it again, not knowing the good they already done. But in regards to the point system, I attended some of these grazing meetings. I made a recommendation that they struck out. I recommended that if the person was a full blood, you get 5 points. If they're 3/4, 4 points, half, and so on. If you're a quarter, you know, you get that edge. And the reason why I brought that up is because I asked them to honor their bloodline. The other thing is, regards to that is, in the tribe's constitution, it says that we allow heads of families to have home sites. But we're getting to the point now where those heads of families are gonna have to start putting food on the table. You know, we're lucky you guys your programs give out buffalo meat now, but what if things get worse? Or, you know, like budget cuts, because I know we're so federally funded. But that's one thing that I wish the council would consider. And I also bring this up is because the point system, we need to honor that blood. And you can't say there's no more full bloods. There are full bloods on the reservation. But number 6, there needs to be an evaluation program in regards to the lands.
Thank you for that. And I just want to add a comment. I would agree that there should be an evaluation, but I'm not sure if that's what that was. So I'll defer.
Terry is right. He did bring that up, and I think the wording of that just needs to be changed a little bit, because the right of first refusal, that means when you're renewing it, you know, but the evaluation of that, he's right, you know, that was talked about being in there. And, you know, like I said, I wasn't at the last meeting, and he did bring up the point system on the blood on that also. So I don't know what was discussed on that, but I believe just I'd like to recommend that there should still be an evaluation, but just that right of first refusal, that doesn't come in part of when you're allocating it as a first-time operator. That comes if you already have a range unit. You know, so there should be evaluations on both.
So if we took off the word.
This part is, this is for the first time when you're just applying for it. So it wouldn't be no right of first refusal. You're applying for it for the initial time, first time, so there wouldn't be no.
So when is the renewal process? Because I think the intention was in a renewal situation where you've had some land for a while and you're up for renewal, that there should be some type of evaluation done to see, were you in compliance? Were you overgrazing? Did you put any improvements on the land? How did you treat it? I believe that was the intention that they thought. And if you did good and scored good on that, you should get some preference points above anybody else. But if we don't have that in the right location, or if it's not saying what we intended, then do you think it should go somewhere else rather than just being struck?
Yeah, it would be part, I'd put it back towards the front whenever it's, section 2, part B. And then, you know, it kind of talks about the renewal process right there for our allocation for first-time operators. The third page one.
The third page one?
What number are you thinking?
B, under B there, you know, where it talks about the, as the, you know, range units left after the renewal process shall be offered allocation for first-time operators. But then, you know, you put that evaluation in there, because that's your right of, that's your renewal process there, rather than new applicants for an allocation.
Would it still be 6 preference points, or would it just be a?
It would just be a determination by the land committee, you know, because the land committee is going to have to evaluate all the renewal process of every permittee. through this, you know, once we get this approved, we have to start the renewal process. All the people who are getting the units have to supply information, like it's stated that the four main things are your enrollment, your ownership, your brand, and your residency. Then you can put that evaluation as part of that, because then the committee would have to evaluate all four of them plus that. That'd be the best place to put it.
I would agree with that recommendation. Secretary, do you have those notes down? I have it written down a little bit, but I just want to make sure that it's down somewhere.
So you're gonna move 6 underneath page 3 under B
Yes.
as part of that sentence or next paragraph?
I think it would have to be clarified a little bit, and so that's why I'm wondering if we could just move that generate, or the evaluation incentive, put it underneath there, and then it's probably gonna have to go how he explained it in the other renewal processes. I just don't know if that's the exact wording that needs to happen. So I don't know if we can put that there as a placeholder and then understand that the land committee or some LARIC or somebody would need to put the appropriate language to lay out those 4 options or 4 steps or whatever you just explained there about renewal and allocation.
Just there, just put the evaluation of the renewal of the permit will be determined by the RST Land and Natural Resource Committee.
Thank you.
So will read range units left after the evaluation of the renewal?
Yes, and there would be no points for it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because you want to get this passed, so if you're not going to be conclusive on it, then you're going to end up having to bring it back again. So inserting that language now is going to make it different.
Okay, so are we okay with that the evaluation would happen prior to that and be determined by the Land and Natural Resources Committee?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Okay, and then also to the other question regarding the blood quantum issue, that was discussed, to my knowledge, pretty lengthy in the meetings leading up to it, but also in the meeting that we had previously, just the most recent one with the committee, of the council. And it was the consensus in the room after going back and forth. It actually came down to a little mini vote, and the consensus vote in the room was not determine that yet because, well, there was a variety of reasons, but from one that I remember is because we do not yet establish grazing management standards that would really be kind of used to evaluate certain things. And so right now, regardless if you're 2% or 100% or anywhere in between, that doesn't necessarily equate to better management of the land. And so because of that, that was kind of one of the reasons why it did not get moved forward to include quarter or less or whatever those required our suggestions were. There was also discussions about constitutionality and people's rights and all that kind of stuff. It was a very thorough, in-depth, lengthy conversation. I don't have all the notes in front of me, but the consensus, like I said, Wayne asked for a consensus vote at that time, and it was to not include blood quantum as a point or whatever. Which is why it wasn't addressed in there. There's nothing else from there.
Emily?
Yes, ma'am.
So would we also put on E where it says be an adult 18 years of age, also change that number, providing four forms, or just leave it to 3 and insert the tribal ID there?
Yeah, that would be changed. Yep, this is actually where my notes changed it. And so you caught it at the earlier one where we didn't change it. But yep, this right here should have been the change where it went from 4 forms and including the tribal ID also. Yes. Yep. And then also removing that eligible for enrollment. And the next one, number 2, for post-secondary students, you must provide current enrollment documentation. You will have 5 years to complete your post-secondary education. So there was but there was some discussion on this one as well. And I don't think anybody ever wanted to put a time limit on anybody's educational journey. That's not the point of this. The point of this is to be an actual manager and steward of the land. The expectation was that you would be there at least 50% of your lease term. And if it's a 10-year grazing lease, they felt that 5 years of that would have been adequate time to spend away getting your education, and the other half of the time could be spent managing the land. If it's gonna be beyond 50% time that you're gone, then maybe that wouldn't be the best time for you to secure a 10-year lease. That was kind of the discussion at that time. Number 4, submit an application for allocation. I'm reading the wrong one, sorry guys. Sorry about that, I skipped over G. G was just removing the pasturing authorization. Okay, then going on to allocation. I'm not showing any changes until we get to that last section, are you guys? Okay, so then it's just adding the Tribal Historic Preservation Office. And then changing from this code to these codes to allow for all of it.
Michelle, just a quick question on how are any violations being found are managed? Does that need to be part of this, or is that just up to different departments?
What do you mean by violation? Like lease violation?
Any type of violation?
Any type of violation. I'm not sure if it was.
County doesn't answer.
We have, the Bureau has their program that we monitor the grazing permits. We also work in common with TLV's land staff and also Solo's land staff that are usually out there checking, and when there is a compliance issue on arranging it, it's reported to us at the Bureau. And we have the process that we go through the CFR Part 166 of any violations where we contact them. They have time to correct the problem. Then if it isn't corrected, then we go into a fining and maybe even as far as impounding if it does get to that. And, you guys might have seen different advertisements of horses. The horses are kind of either on farm pasture leases or range units roaming around, and Solo office has taken the lead on that. And, you might have seen recently right now where they have an advertisement out of some trespass horses where we put it out to the public, notify the public, and if nothing's claimed or taken care of, they're impounded. That impoundment is kind of our last resort. We try to find the owners. There is a brand, but as far as your questions to any compliance issues, we use CFR Part 166 on range permits, any compliance violations.
I also would ask today for us to maybe, if we're going to approve this and move it forward, if we could also have a motion requesting or asking that the Land and Natural Resource Committee develop kind of what we're talking about. I think the placeholder language was great to put that in there to include it, but I think the actual evaluation process as far as who's going to be tasked with doing all of that should maybe get flushed out either in a later policy or something. So I would just ask that get handled by the Land and Natural Resources Committee. If it needs a motion, like I'll do that when we're done, but just so we don't
Why don't
forget
you
about
go
that
ahead,
part.
you want to approve this first and then make that motion?
Yep, I'm only saying that because the chair is asking concern, or just has concerns about who would be carrying out those evaluation things that we're gonna add in.
Ben?
I had a quick question. Can you elaborate more on the blood quantum things? What is the concern about that? What was the?
And I was not at the public meetings that they had where it came up. I was at the last Land and Natural meeting that we had regarding it, and in the last 2 meetings previous to this one. And what it was explained to me is that, like Mr. Gray said, he suggested that there be some preference points or something given. Basically, the more higher the blood quantum, the more preference points are given to get access to land. From what it was explained at the last 2 meetings was that isn't necessarily the best way to get better managers, basically. And so they just felt that was kind of And it wasn't just blood quantum, there was also a potential preference points for a woman, right? And so it became, why would we differentiate between a man and a woman? They should have equal access to our lands and things like that. There was also discussion of, well, you don't want to put some person above the other, or you don't want to have, I don't know, somebody go marry somebody just for the sake of getting the land, or things like that. So we really just wanted to get back to what we really want is people who care about the land as much as they care about their business, right? And so those are the types of things that you would want in a management standard or an evaluation system. And then that, in some of the opinion, is how you would get better management, not necessarily by enrollment or blood quantum. But if I'm missing something, please add to it because I was not there for those public meetings.
I was there, I just went to find out what the discussion was on that site. Yes.
Well,
I, for one, this is my personal opinion, I'm not speaking on behalf of the body. But I think that if you're not using the blood quantum as part of the point system, I think you're doing injustice to our Lakota people. Because we're supposed to be here providing for our Oyate. You cannot choose money over our people. So I think that blood quantum does have a lot to do with that. But we're supposed to be here supporting our Lakota operators. By not including that in there, we're not doing any justice to that. And also, the reason why I'm not going to vote on it is because I'm getting a lot of text messages from the full bloods, Lakota people that have access to this land. They said that we're destroying their land on the sake of cattle. They're poisoning prairie dogs. And, in good conscience, even though I agree with the operators and stuff, I could see their point and I see their survival. The Lakota people, the real people that own this land, our ancestors defended this land that we have. They are concerned about what it's doing to our biodiversity of this environment. So I, for one, I'm not going to vote for that. I'm not going to vote today because I represent the Lakota people, and I don't think we're faithfully protecting our Lakota landowners.
Ben? Oh, thanks, Ben.
I am a landowner. I'm very proud of it. But I would like to see how many of our landowners actually sold their land. Because it's hard. Look at our land right now. We're in drought season right now. And our land is our gold. But look how every one of us take care of it. It's not, this here does pertain to our cattle, but look at Uchimacot everywhere. Look at our housing areas. We need to respect everything as a whole that represents our lives. Not just when it comes to one issue. Be proud of who we are. Be proud of our ancestors. Be proud of that, of the virtues. But I am one of those landowners, and I'm proud to say that I am. And I still have my land. Thank you.
Ben?
Yes, I guess I wasn't here. I do apologize, and there's so many things that, again, each subject that comes up regarding, whether it's land, law enforcement, housing, education, healthcare, anything like that, we should all have an understanding of it, and we all should be able to benefit it from, whether or not it's going to help our people or help our tribal members, help our tribe, help our communities. So with this, earlier, I'm going to restate it again, I did ask for our tribal members to be included with this golfing issue over in Mission. So again, I guess if it was discussed and it's not going to be addressed in this land issue now I'm concerned because, again, if we are just going to let it go, then I guess we just, give up everything and not I guess give in to rather than helping our people out and making sure our people get the resources, the funding, anything that they need to help with our land, then it's an issue. So if it wasn't addressed in these meetings, I mean, I do apologize because I wasn't there, but there's got to be some voice for our people to help that definition between, again, being a full-blooded Sichongu down to, all these different apps. That's what the government gave us, so that's what they decided for us. So if we stick with that, then of course we should be okay with us representing our own people. But I guess for me, I'm just concerned. I know it was discussed here, like you mentioned before, but I am a very strong believer in our people and being able to help our people because we were elected into this position to get this for our people. So I'm very concerned that it wasn't addressed. And even if it was addressed and it was voted on, then I have a concern. And I do apologize. I wasn't there. Just like tomorrow, I'm not going to be here for this other one. I apologize. I should probably cancel my appointment so I can be here for tomorrow. So I'm very concerned about it. But that would be my concern with this thing right here. We have so many issues with it. I don't know if it's even right now going through it and stuff. So I will probably be, not voting in favor of it because there needs to be some I guess some attachments to it or something like that. So, but thank you. That's all I had to say.
Emily, could you get the floor for Philip? He had his hand up for a while. Phil?
No, I didn't raise my.
Oh, was you just stretching?
Terry, yeah.
Put you on the spot.
Yeah.
What it does is it does create a bidding war, but it acknowledges the bloodline where we all come from. Sichongu. I preferentially, I inherited an allotment from my mother, but I would take preference to, because I know some natives out there, some Lakotas are true environmentalists. And unfortunately, there was a time where my mom leased out some land and it got really abused. And I'll give you the example of what happened. She leased it out for one summer, which is roughly, it was a spring, it was a lot of rain. It was a 4-month contract, 26 head of cows, 120 acres. What that leaser did is he decided he would triple stack that. So you take 26 times 4, he decided, well, I'll just put that amount of cows in that pasture for 1 month. And when he left, man, that land was destroyed. We wasn't able to lease it out for 15 years because we had prairie dogs. And so ever since then, I go with the true environmentalist. So, but I brought that up. We should honor our bloodline, where we come from. And, I'm a half-breed myself, but still, need to honor your bloodline. With that quarter, it's going to cause a bidding war, but at least somebody's going to have a chance to lease some tribal land.
Okay, Emily.
I just wanted to clarify, I don't know if there's a confusion there, but tribal members are still getting the preference. They're still in first, as we're talking about this. The discussion arose kind of similar to how we had discussions about full enrollment was the benefits, I think, is how people put it before from being a tribal member. And when you talk about it that way, things get really messy really quickly. You talk about constitution, you talk about who we are as a people, but also our standards of what makes us a Lakota should be more than just a number or a piece of paper. If we're going to talk about what it is to be Lakota, then we do talk about our relationship with the land and Wamakashka, which includes us. We are not above it, we are part of it. And if those are things that we want to talk about it, I'm the first one that's going to clap and cheer and be, yes, let's do it. That's what we need to do, but that's not what we're talking about. So I don't think it's fair that we're mixing these things because I'm going to say it. We are all people. And if we are born from a Lakota, we are Lakota. And I might be almost 70% according to my piece of paper, but I'm still treated like a Iasca or a Lineal or whatever because I'm white-skinned and the way I talk and the way I think. But where does that say that I'm less Lakota because of that? Where does that say? It doesn't. And this is going to open up not only a personal issue, but a legal issue on what we're talking about with civil rights and our Constitution and how we are enrolling people to begin with. Because I've said this before, every single person that's getting enrolled now is a lineal descent, because that's the language of our constitution. That is the only way to get enrolled right now. So again, we're going to go around and round and round, and really what we're talking about is our people. And I firmly believe that if that's the conversation we want to have, then let's have it. Let's go out to the people. Let's go talk to them and see what they want, and then we can act on their behalf. But until we do that, all we're acting on is our personal beliefs, and I don't think that's right. And I don't think it's fair that we're messing all of that in with what we're trying to do today, because we don't even establish what a good management is. We don't even have compliance checks on what a good management is. Unless I don't like somebody and I call them in and complain about them, that's a compliance check. Not every year you're checking. Not when the lease is up, you're checking. That doesn't happen, or it happens very rarely. I'm getting told to stop, so I'll stop. But that, from my opinion, is why that conversation went around and round and round, and it's only going to go around and around and around. Thank you.
Thank you. I have Coates and Stan.
You know, we're gonna either vote for it or we're not. But, Councilwoman Hollowhorn Bear brought a very vital, important, thing up. She said that tool that you got, that evaluation tool that needs to be done. Because we have our own that, and I don't like this either, whether you're quarter or half. I don't like that. I really don't, because the way everything's treated. But there needs to be a motion where, or it is, you're gonna make the motion where after this, whether it's up or down, where this, where those tools are gonna be implemented, and we really need to abide by them, because we do have our own who neglect the land. So what you suggested, the motion you're gonna make, it really needs to be followed up on, because this is the land we're talking about. But we do have to find our balance here within taking care of our land.
Stan?
I just want to state that I'm also a landowner. I know I gotta be done, it's well taken care of. But, as far as voting, I have some family members that do some leasing, so I'm gonna abstain from voting.
Thank you, Stan. I think that Mr. Fredericks had that same statement last night when he called to let me know he wasn't going to be here, that he wouldn't be voting because he's has brain tumor, so he's a leaser. So he was going to abstain from today's voting because of it. But
and you know, when it comes to these boards too, some of us council people shouldn't even be sitting on some of these boards because of conflict of interest. So we need to take a big look at that. How many people are sitting on boards that pertain to land and all this? It's a huge conflict of interest. So we need to start addressing that issue too, because maybe it just benefits certain people. Thank you.
anyone else, Ben?
Just to clarify, I think on these, on this resolution here, I mean, if it goes through, you ask to bring it up to pass it, what's the effect on it? What are we gonna do? What's the outcome? I guess you can, I mean, just elaborate, what's the
In
resolution?
general, what are we?
Yeah,
doing?
yeah.
So this is our grazing unit, our grazing resolution. So all of the range units that get issued out, at least through BIA, they follow this. And so it's a 10-year cycle, and so we're up this year for this new year. So we're trying to get it done by the end of this month so that BIA has a few months to get all of this implemented and get the new leases underneath the changes out in a timely manner to get the leases going for this next 10-year cycle. So anything that we're doing now is going to affect range units for this next 10-year. Of course, you have the option to amend and things, but when you're amending leases, it gets a little bit tricky. So that's why we wanted to make sure that we had public input and all of that done. And we started out with excess time, right? But as things happened, and all of a sudden the time ran out, and here we are up against crunch time. So it does seem like we're a little bit rushed in there, and I apologize for that. The other option is if it feels too rushed, if you feel like you need longer time to do that, then what you'd have to do is make a motion that would allow an additional year in this existing contract. That would go under kind of like a continued resolution does, where it goes under the previous kind of set of rules for a temporary time until we could get it moved forward next year. So that's an option, but again, that's still a lot of paperwork that the BIA has to send out. They're still gonna have to do the same thing, just a little bit differently. And so no matter what, we have to have a decision, hopefully by today, how we're gonna move forward in that. So I don't know if that answered your questions or if you wanted some.
That's it.
Sammy?
I thought I was gonna have. Just, I don't know, one thing maybe to clarify, I hear you guys on your, the blood quantum, but they would still also have to meet all the other qualifications, like only 25%. They would still have to meet all those other qualifications also. And I think Terry was you were just kind of wanting to add it just as like a point system, were you not?
Right.
Right. So just to kind of, I guess, clarify that, clear that up. Thank you. Ben?
Okay, I'm kind of curious because I know, we have quite a bit of cattle and ranchers in here at this time right now. I guess for me, I'm just looking for the future part of it as far as even some of the younger generation. Maybe some of them are not going to be in the family business of raising cattle or even being ranchers and stuff. We do have tribal members that are going to be part of that. Younger generation, people who are in their 20s, 30s right now. Maybe they don't know what's going on. Maybe we're not going to do it, but to fight for something, to have some say so in it. That's where I'm kind of getting at. I think just because we want to have that opportunity as we open up the doors in a lot of these communities. A lot of the areas that we're at. Some people probably want to do that. I mean, my grandpa was a rancher, and I didn't get a chance to get into that. I seen him riding horses. He has cattle, but the business went out. He wasn't able to do it. I don't know if he had the support of, this tribe or even, to try to get himself involved in that, but I don't know. But to me, those are just my thoughts as we move forward and trying to, I guess, help our people to become either, those types of things, ranchers or maybe even living off the land of some sort. So those are just my thoughts. And again, I just want to make sure that we do help our people to, I guess, have something to look forward to within our lands, no matter what. Because again, this is where the government put us on, and we have to fight for it. So I just want to make sure that we have that in mind, I guess. So those are just my thoughts. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Council, I need someone to get the floor for Sammy and for Calvin. Yes. Royal, Sammy.
I think that's where that SGU, the youth mentorship program that's in this, is to help build up our youth, to teach them, to give them those opportunities. And then also up at White River at the NRCS, they have a lot of programs also to help the youth. And I think that's where do we not have a liaison that can help, set up programs maybe to inform our youth about those programs to help them get started. And I think the SGU program is going to be a good thing to try to get more of our youth involved.
Anyone want to get the floor for Calvin?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate the comments. It's a good comment. We had our working group sessions. Really been nice to we had council people attend that. We had some knockdowns, I got to say. And one of them was on, we put quarter blood in there. And then I think it was our last meeting, we had more people in that room than we'd had the whole time period. We had over 40 producers, and we had a mother arguing because her kids are being descended. She was arguing for them, so we had a consensus and we took it out. But we did have a knockdown, drag out fight over that one. Then the other one, and then in the old one, there was a deal on sex offenders, that they weren't eligible for arranging. And we had a knockdown and drag out over that. What we done was we went around the room. And Wayne did this. He asked everyone individually if they wanted that in there or wanted it out. And everybody but one voted to leave that in there. And that was a knockdown that I got fired. But the council took it out. It's last time. But it was our consensus as producer. I think there was 48 that voted that night. But leave it in there.
Make a comment on that. I don't know if anybody wants to rehash all that or if they have any questions, but I know that the last example that he just gave, the sex offender or felon, that did come up at the Land Natural Resource Committee, and then it did come up at that last meeting. And from what I remember, the committee wanted that to be a discussion at council because they felt that some of the people around the table might have been biased or, you know, somewhat swayed either way. And so they felt that it was going to be a big enough issue that was going to affect enough of our people that they felt it should be a council discussion. So we did discuss it at the last time. I don't remember everything that was brought up. I know Mr. Frederick at that time, what was his reasoning? He gave some reasoning about it. I don't remember that, but if that's an issue that we want to talk about, then this is the time to do it. Because that was the suggestion, I think, Chris, you were at that meeting, was to move that portion of it here because there were some concerns about what was the actual goal of that? Was it for public safety? Was it, you know, what was it? Because there might be other ways to reach that or expand whatever was trying to be done. So I don't remember if anything like that was ever discussed, but I just wanted to give that perspective that from the Land and Natural Committee meeting, the suggestion was to move that discussion.
Okay, yeah, well, thank you guys for that. And again, I don't want to take away from what you guys have been doing. It was a great opportunity for you guys to come together and hash a lot of these things out. My take on a lot of these things, and I look at it as in a bigger picture of what's it going to affect, who's all it going to affect, and how can we move forward if we change something. You know, so those are things that I would like to see. So like if there's some with the felony type deal is how many of them is there that are ranchers that are you know that are leasers. And how's that going to affect them? Things that affect. This is where I would like to see some of that feedback. That's what I would like to have seen some of that feedback. If I attended some of these meetings, I do apologize again that I wasn't able to attend those because those are things again. If we're going to change something, we're going to put some changes into these lifelong 10-year type deals. Then we should be able to look back about how it's going to affect people. How is it going to move forward? How is it dealing with them now? So I know we're on a time crunch on this deal. So again, it always comes to that where we have to pursue it right away. Otherwise, it's going to we're not going to be able to change things or we're not going to be able to implement it. So I don't want to take anything away from what you guys done before that have been doing already. So I don't want to put in that part, but I'm just, you know, those are just my thoughts of like how when we here as council make decisions on everything that I mentioned, law enforcement, health board, education, there's got to be something that was in the past, something that's happening now and what we can do in the future. So those are just my thoughts of wanting to help and be able to prepare not only our people, but, you know, I guess society of what the changes are going to be. So that's where I'm coming from. And I'm glad that, you know, this was able to come up, but, you know, a lot of things that are in here, I mean, especially the changes, I mean, if we weren't going to put in the blood quantum thing, I mean, that's who we are. That's who we were made of. That's what the government gave us, you know, gave us this to say, this is who you guys are, this is what it is. So it hurting us and it's helping us. It hurt us because now they're putting a number on who we are, but it's helping us because ICE agents are telling us, you guys are tribal members now. So both ways. But in the meantime, you know, to help us, maybe to work with it, that's what I'm hoping we could have moved forward with this. But again, I wasn't there. I do apologize, but I just wanted to make sure that I put that out there that we should have been our backing first and moving forward on this and what's going to affect, how it's going to affect, things like that. So anyway, that's just what I put on there. But, you know, move forward with this, that's fine. Thank you.
I think that conversation did come up at the last meeting. They had mentioned that they had many meetings, like 9 meetings or something. And that was the time for a lot of the discussion to come up. So Sonny wants the floor next.
I was just gonna follow up a little bit what Ben said, you know, all of this is not set in stone, you know, after they pass the resolution. That's why it basically is a resolution rather than an ordinance. Over 10 years, there's things evolve, there's changes throughout the resolution, and it can be amended at any time throughout these 10 years. With any additions, subtractions, whatever it may be. And I think that was the whole intent of making it a resolution because things can be changed and things do evolve over time, like we all know from the last time it was passed in 2016 up to now. And just another little side note I'd like to add to that is in the past, it was where we had non-members, had units and that, but starting of this permit period was the first time that all range units are held by tribal members or tribal entities. Thank you.
Thank you. basically, the last meeting we had, Wayne brought up, Sonny, the fact that we needed to get this out. We needed to get this passed in order to get this done by June 1st. And so what you're telling this body and those that are here present is that the two items that just came up, one, what Terry brought up and what Ben brought, or Emily just brought up about the sex offender, felon, blah, blah, blah. At a later date, through discussion, those can be brought back up and amend this again.
Yes.
But for now, because it's that 10-year interim of time, we need to get this done so that the leases can get, or the bids can get put out.
Yes, it's a renewal process. Our anniversary date for the permits is November 30th of this year. But the renewal and part of that, to every landowner that has land interest within every allotted tract within the reservation on the permit, that consists of 431,000 acres that are in permits. The Bureau by law has to send out grazing authorities to every single landowner, and they got to give them 90-day notice. So if they send it out, sometime in June, that gets us into September. And once we get the permits, the contracts all established, then through the Albuquerque office that generates the invoice, they're automatically generated. Come out 45 days before the anniversary date, so that's sometime in October. So even now, we're cutting it pretty close, but I feel that we have the manpower to get it done. And, like you said, we could do an extension, but, we came this far. We've been holding meetings since October of this past year, where everyone has been invited to come. I think TLE has done a great job of hosting the meetings for input, and a lot of work by a lot of different departments and different individuals have been put into this. So we have it here, and it's still up to the council to vote it up or down, but for all the landowners coming up for this next grazing season, this will take effect for the 2027 grazing season. But, we need to get something established for the land.
So it not only affects those that need this in place, it also affects the ones that receive the lease off of this. And, so what I'm trying to get you to do is explain to everybody, especially the listeners, why it's imperative for this to go through now, because it affects a lot of different people. Not just the ones that are leasing the land, but the ones that receive the lease income.
Right, the lease income, because it was switched up, the anniversary date to be December 1st. Due to, a lot of the landowners wanting their income before Christmas. A lot of the landowners wanted their lease income by Christmas time. So the date was changed so to help secure that income gets in. So the timeframes for all of this, is imperative for that to happen. And, going through what the leasers have to provide to prove to the committee, because once they get that information, it has to go to the land committee for them to approve it, and then the Bureau will develop the contracts. Once them are in place, then the invoices will be generated. So then the leasers can pay that in, so the landowners receive their money in a timely manner.
Thank you. That's the explanation I wanted to go out so everybody understands that we're not just trying to get this pushed through, that it is a process for everyone involved. Okay.
Like, give the floor.
Madam Chair, under Tribal Resolution 7502, I hope you, when you guys do your research, you discuss this, because it was never rescinded. But it has a 1, 2, 3, and within it, it says, first preference shall be given to tribal members enrolled as full blood. Provided that all full blood persons shall be able to do business without licenses, as set forth in Title 25, United States Code, Section 26. But I don't know if maybe you can get somebody to get a copy. I'd like to have that one back. But that substantiates what I'm trying to talk about. Oh, in regards to some of your council members that are considering not voting, you need to seriously think about voting. Because you're representing true history of bloodline.
Any other discussion? Are you're gonna make your motions, Emily? There's no more discussion?
I have a motion on the floor.
I'll second the motion with the second by Christopher. Consider an amendment.
Okay. I just need a question. Do you want it read back over again? So everybody knows, since there's been so much discussion.
Motion to amend resolution 2016-248.
Did it say reconsider an amendment?
Reconsider. Any questions?
Nobody questioned it, just Christopher seconded.
I need a question. Votes. All in favor? Oh, he went out to make copies. Go ahead, all in favor? 1, 3. 1. Are you voting? 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Opposed? 2. 2. Not voting? 1. Motion carried 9-1. You had a second motion, Emily?
I just was wondering if I could refer those topics that needed further discussion, most specifically the evaluation process, back to land committee so that we can develop a policy on how that will be implemented.
I'll second that.
She didn't get it.
Sorry, I'm just requesting a motion for the Land and Natural Resources Committee to discuss and draft policy for implementing, what's it, the evaluation, incentive evaluation process under the grazing resolution.
So second, any discussion? If not, Marion, questions? Time to count. All in favor?
Ten,
Are you guys voting
11, 12.
to send a evaluation at 12?
Well,
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
Alvin left, huh?
Yes, he did.
Alvin,
Okay. Motion carried.
here's the main copy.
Okay, pass it up.
Everybody?
Everybody, the council and everybody on the outside. If that's it, we're done with the grazing resolution for today.
Thank you.
Thought you were behind.
I'm behind
Thought you were here for something.
Yeah.
Thank you for coming.
I'm gonna take another one for Terry.
Hey, you go ahead.
No.
Give me a copy.
Thank you for coming.
I gave the main copy.
Thank you, guys. Thank you.
You did it? Yeah.
Yes. Thank you. Oh, yeah, thank you guys for coming. though. Yeah, I wish I'd have been there. Thank you forever. Thank you. Yes, thank you so much. Appreciate it. Yes. Thanks, sir. All right.
Yeah, was that a copy that you gave me?
Yeah. Thanks for coming. Yeah.
All of our people.
Change.
So he came. Get back. Yes.
Very excited. Thank you.
Yeah, calm him down.
I got one more thing.
That's what I'm saying, like, man.
Let's go shoot.
Better than exact. Where's that trash can at?
Madam Chair? Madam Chair? Well, that was a really kind of touchy discussion that we just had, but if I could just request that we have professionalism and respect from our people in the room, that would be really meaningful. It's not hard, it's not easy to stand up and have these difficult conversations, but they're needed for our people. And I don't feel like I should be treated negatively or have bad comments made to me after that. He told me that I represent full-blood people, and I said, I understand that. I represent all of our people I was voted in. He said, well, we probably won't be for much longer. So I don't think those kind of comments belong here.
Okay. That's a question.
Ray has an announcement to make, council.
Are you giving us money?
I think we'll give you money. Good afternoon, administration and council. I just wanted to let everybody know that Friday will be my last day.
Oh, you came back? I didn't know you came back.
Yeah, he's been back.
I'm being reassigned to the deputy regional director for trust, the regional office. Been great working with, we had a good working relationship with everybody. BIA and
Congratulations.
everybody patient and working with me and yeah, thanks.
No, thank
Thank
you,
you.
Ray, for your hard work and dedication.
Yeah, definitely. I just want to say thank you, Ray, for being here. I mean, that was one of the things I've had an issue with when I first got on council, 2 years ago, where you came in, you were acting, so we did make the motion to get you to be our superintendent because we've had acting superintendents the whole time. Now, I know some of my colleagues have said we're a stepping block for you guys, which I kind of don't like. I'd rather have somebody here who's going to be here for a while. But again, when opportunity does come up, I do support people who take that opportunity. So I do want to thank you and also congratulate you on your new position. But I guess for me, it's just one of those things where we don't have a superintendent anymore. We're going to have an acting again. So, and then the bad thing about that too is that, decisions that are made, it's really tough for us to make those decisions because, again, if we don't have a superintendent, then we have to wait till we get a superintendent. So I was approached by several tribal members about that. When you were on there first, I said, well, we're going to try to get him in there to see because he's helping out, he's doing what he can. So it was really good, but now that you're.
Well, I'm still going to be helping. Rosebud's going to be my favorite tribe at the regional office.
Okay.
But,
yeah, thank you.
I'll still be voicing my support for Rosebud Sioux.
Okay, good. Thank you very much. We appreciate it. Congratulations. Good luck on your new position. Thank you.
And who's going to be acting, Sonny? Acting up?
We don't know. We're working on that. We're trying to get
gas money.
Yeah.
That's tough too because we had all these DRPs and Bureau retirements and we had a lot of reduction in the workforce within the BIA. So it's going to be maybe not a long time, but it might be like Sonny might have to be acting for a week until we get somebody to come in to be like your favorite position acting.
I know that's what I'm saying too.
Yeah.
We're going to have to try to get to that point. But yeah, I do appreciate it. Thank you very much.
All right,
Anyone
thank
else
you.
have anything to say to Ray before he exits?
Somebody's gonna act up.
All right. No,
All right.
thank you, Ray.
Actually, I have some questions.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm curious, do you know where we're at with our whole 638 contract in the BA? Figure it out?
We've had several meetings that did almost 6-8 months ago.
Yeah.
They just kind of stopped. So according to when I last talked to Wayne, SRB took the reins of that initiative.
Okay.
And we really haven't had any meetings any more additional meetings as far as contracting. Because it was going good there for a while because we worked on realty. I think it was just realty, right? It was just realty right now. So that's an SRD question, I guess.
Okay. And so you're gonna be in the acting position?
Are you gonna be into?
For a week.
Maybe for a week, how we bring somebody in because he still wants.
They'll assign somebody
Yeah.
from area.
Then that adds on another question, if you could answer it, do you think, how long do you think before our bureau gets shut down? With all the open employment? Oh, what made you think?
I don't know that question and I haven't shared any information on that.
You're getting detailed every day?
No, I'm being permanently assigned to the DRD for trust.
Okay, and then, remember a year ago when you told us you're gonna be here for a long time?
Yeah.
What happened to that? They living us high and dry.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, I don't know, it's just.
Better money, better opportunities?
No, it's not it's a promotion title wise, but I'll be able to be home with my wife too.
Oh, okay. Well, thank you for whatever you did for the last year. Hopefully the new one stays longer, or we get our contracts, or we get our things with SRD done.
Hold on, Ray, I got a couple questions. Good job with the bang. Hey, did BIA have carryover money?
They do? We
They
do?
do.
We do, but we're working with SRD right now we got some stuff working in the background to expend the carryover money here at the Rosebud Sioux Tribe.
Okay, so we still have it. It hasn't been given back and it's gonna come,
For this year, for fiscal year 27.
how about for 26?
26 is gone.
But we did have carryover money for 26.
We did, but I think we gave it to the tribe already on some, like I know Range gave some to fund those tribal range positions.
Okay.
Same thing with realty, we have two tribal realty staff that assist the realty department. And we funded those positions.
Because I thought at one time we were to disregard resolution 61, 62, 63, and possibly 64. I think there were 3 or 4, and it had to do with carryover money from BIA.
That's the reason why, the regional office will pull all the money back from the agencies, which we spent our 26 carryover money here at the Rosebud Sioux Tribe. So we didn't give any money back to the regional office, but the regional office as a whole had some carryover money, which some resolutions were passed in time to facilitate.
Thank you. Clarifying that.
Okay.
Before you go out.
Thank you.
Before you go out.
Great. Shake our hands while we're done.
Hey, I have a question. So, we are able to go do work tomorrow for our Canada, for visiting the White
We have a
Dakota?
meeting again tomorrow, so when we're done with the next item, we're gonna recess.
So we are, because then, for the next 150th, I'll just bring this up tomorrow then. For the travel.
Appreciate it.
What? Don't be crying.
I know. What's nice, won't stop.
Before I give the floor to Lila, I just wanted to let you guys know that this morning I got a message from Dale at the hospital, informing us that, they were currently anticipating their 3-year lab survey from Joint Commission, and it's occurring today and tomorrow. And the surveyors did arrive. So just wanted to let you guys know that. Lila, do you want to discuss, the next item, why you wanted that on the floor?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Council, on our last council meeting, I made a motion to bring this report to the body because, a lot of times, these things are used negatively against council. And it really shouldn't be that way. I feel that, for us to police ourselves and be accountable as a constitutional duty, that we amongst ourselves, look and make sure that so we can all see our travel, our meeting attendance, all that. And sitting here, I've gone through this many times. And it really should be us who are taking the responsibility and looking at this to present to our Oyate. And it shouldn't be a negative tool. It shouldn't be, because, there was one of the administrations that we had, this body designated certain people to take trips. Some couldn't travel, some rather stay here. And that's something I think that, we have done, in our term. There were some people that, could go to DC, some couldn't. So we sent people here. And we all make these motions for the travel. And we approve those here. And with good reasoning, so I feel that, this is something that we should take a look at. Decide, look at your stuff, see if your attendance or if you keep track of it seems like it's right for you. And however we should do this to send out. And it's just holding ourselves accountable, holding ourselves at a higher standard. If we expect our employees, our entities to do a certain thing, it starts here. So we can turn these things into a very positive way of our reporting system. And some tribes, some councils, they have a general council meeting once a year. And they bring this stuff to their people. So, and it's just accountability. And that's something that all of us, we know we want. So we can do that. We can do something like that. And then that way, a lot of times we didn't have a quorum or, committees, situations happen, but that's life. Those things happen, especially when we lose a loved one. We have our Lakota way of life. We have our protocols. And those above everything needs to have respect, compassion, honor, integrity. And I feel that, we all carry that with us. So doing this reporting as a group, as a leadership, a body, and as, our admin and our president and vice, these are tools that will keep us upheld to our standards, our duties. And things don't always have to be negative. Oh, gee, so-and-so did this. Oh, gee, so-and-so. No, this is, there were times that people had to leave. Last minute, all this stuff was happening in Washington. Our president, our vice, we had a group of these women here, a few of the men, we sent them up there. And it was crisis management with money. So that's still open. It still could happen. 2027 is going to be rough. We're not really sure what's going to happen. But we can do our part. And I wanted it brought back here for us to review and look at, if you a lot of times we couldn't get our reporting done because we have, our council meetings are just packed. But it can be a written report, however it should be. So if you want to look at it and, throw your suggestions in, how, you feel about it, how we as a body should present this to our people, and in the best way possible.
So Lila, are you suggesting that the body provide these reports to the communities or to the paper, or what?
Well, it could be however we decide. as a consensus, how do we decide to go back to our people? Are we gonna do it as a whole? Are we gonna take it back to our communities? We can make those decisions here, but it's still gonna get to where it needs to be. So those are discussions I wanted, us to have and just put it out there on the table.
And then on the form, it was discussed earlier, during our lunch break, Emily had the question, where it has reporting, it isn't referring to the report that's given to the body. The report that you see on these forms Myrna sent out, when you travel, you're given a one-sheet page. And that's what she's monitoring is how many people that have traveled have turned in that one-page report. So just wanted to let everyone know that that wasn't here when we were having that short discussion.
And if I may, that's like exactly. So maybe we didn't have it with finance because they have their own policies. But our reporting, if we did it here or back there, it still got reported. Or if we, maybe if you traveled, you didn't get a report form, and some of us don't know, or, however that works. So this is a tool for us to make sure that we're following process.
Yeah, just like, was that you, Michelle, that said you don't always get them? So sometimes they have you sign up to do other paperwork when you're getting your travel check. There's a couple documents you have to sign. Sometimes you get them, sometimes you don't. And so you have to actually ask for it if you don't get it. But I have quotes next.
Before we recess, I'd like to congratulate all our athletes that qualified for state and track. They're going to be competing this weekend. And fans, can we get some fans purchased for our elders? Some of them are roasting, holy buckets, it's been hot. And some are requesting fans right now. Can we get a bunch of fans purchased and we can get them taken out to them?
That's one thing that Bob mentioned to me before he requested his leave for his medical appointment, is that in case it gets really hot, the cooling stations are going to be set up. They do have water, but I'll ask him, I'll message him when we're done and see if he's got a stock of fans. Because every year we have to end up buying them again. I don't know what people do with them, but we end up putting them on
And we
again.
do, and for our elders, we need to buy them. This weather's really hot and these cooling stations, how many of our elders can actually get up and go to those cooling stations too? So fans would be the best, to take, along with the cooling stations too, but fans right now would be good to purchase. Thank you.
Mike votes.
Are we about to recess?
Yes, we are. Recess right now. Just kidding, Mike.
I have a resolution that, the ambulance service that is kind of time sensitive.
As long as it's time sensitive, we can pick it up.
Can we deal with it before we break?
Yeah, we'll do that right now. As long as it's time sensitive, then we can do it now. Otherwise, just like our other resolutions, they come to our regular meeting. But if it's time sensitive, let's
What
get
it's
it done.
about is the ambulance service has scheduled a retreat at a hotel in Rapid City, and it's scheduled for June 2nd and 3rd or thereabouts. And they need to make a deposit on the rooms, and the agreement that the hotel or motel requires contains a waiver, contains a sovereign immunity thing, and we need to agree to a limited waiver of sovereign immunity. The limited waiver, that means it only applies to this particular situation, one-time thing.
They don't have a credit card? Or what kind of agreement?
The
Don't you just give them a credit card?
No, this, I have no idea what,
I'll wait till I can read it, sorry.
yeah.
Everyone else. No, they also need one.
Emily, are you going to bring it on as emergency legislation or as Mike?
I think it went to Mike.
I think it has to do with, hotels, they experience,
I think you need to actually go up here to have this discussion.
we could, sure.
Yeah, it has some legality stuff.
We need to go out there with it?
Yeah, I think just off the air, because there's some legality stuff.
Okay.
Has Eric reviewed it?
So we're going to go off the air for this discussion.
Yeah.
We're not in exec, we're just going off there.
I need to make a motion. I could do it now, but this is for Margie's, like, this Leon Plaza. It's for this weekend, and it's to Sundance, Wyoming. And they invited council to go to this trip. And it's Saturday. So we need a motion if anybody's interested.
Travel motion?
Yeah.
Is it too late though?
It is for 5 days. If it, who else gonna go? Not, I don't think everybody's gonna go. It's.
Ben, you want to make copies of that and pass it out? And we'll, you can do your motion after we're done with this resolution, okay? Let Ben get that out to everyone.
Yeah, and then that way if they're gonna go, they can.
How many are here?
11 or 12.
Madam Chair, if it's appropriate, I'll.
Yep, you're gonna read it in?
I'll move for emergency legislation.
And a second. Schultz, question. Chris, all in favor of emergency legislation?
Aha. Can I count? I don't count. Yeah. Boom.
Sorry, I forgot I said it all.
En Dakota. Washington, Cuba, Young, Dakota, Santa Fe, 17. I got the numbers.
Opposed?
Opposed, one.
Not voting?
One.
Knock yourself.
Motion to, oh, what's the number, Tanya?
114.
114?
11-1-1.
711.
Yeah. I didn't count.
2026? 14? 114 for approval, Mike?
I'll move for approval, Chair.
Second? Marion? Go ahead, Mike.
Okay, starting with the fifth, whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Budget and Finance Committee recommends that the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council approve an agreement with Doubletree by Hilton Rapid City Downtown Convention Center, Rapid City, South Dakota, for a group booking agreement Monday, June 1st to Wednesday, June 3rd. The agreement with the RST ambulance service for meeting and banquet and other functions at rates guaranteed at group rates, including an advance deposit of $250. Whereas the RST ambulance service requests the Rosebud Sioux Tribe consent and agree to a limited waiver of sovereign immunity to permit the hotel to enforce the written terms of the agreement, with recovery limited to RAS assets and capped at a total of the contract value. Whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Law and Order Code, Title 4, Chapter 2, Section 421, Sovereign Immunity, provides that, except as required by federal law or the Constitution and bylaws of the tribe, or specifically waived by a resolution or ordinance of the tribal council, making specific references to such, the Rosebud Sioux Tribe and its officers and employees shall be immune from suit in any civil action for any liability arising from the performance of their official duties. And whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Health Board has recommended that the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council determine that it is in the best interest of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe to enter into the Doubletree, I probably should say, agreement by Hilton Rapid City Downtown Convention, and therefore be resolved. And attached is the agreement and a cover letter from Eric Emery, the director of the program.
Any discussion?
The reason why I voted against this is any wording that requires sovereign immunity, I don't go for that. I don't agree with that. Now, whichever program wronged this Doubletree entity, they're the ones that should suffer the consequences. Why would the ambulance service have to suffer for that? You know, my next question is, why do we have a motel over here, casino? Why can't they have that retreat there? You know, we're always running shortfall on money over there. Why can't they hold it there? I guess if Mr. Emery should answer that, I guess.
Good afternoon, council. So, part of the reason why we had chosen to go to an off-site location is that when we've tried to do this in the past, whether it was somewhere local, like if we did it in our own conference center or whatever, we just always got pulled aside. And so part of this with which not all the council is probably aware of, the not feasibility study, but assessment study that was just done on the ambulance service. One of the recommendations was that we need to have a better collaborative agreement with our leadership team, and that includes my 4 supervisors, myself, and our operations manager. So to do that, to be able to have an actual retreat where we can focus back on our moving forward with our program, I chose to go to an off-site location for that reason, so that we can concentrate on this without any outside resources here while somebody is still managing the operations here for the 2 days that we're gone. So that was the only reason why. I'm not opposed to trying to have it somewhere local, but I think when we talked to the casino in the past, it wasn't something that they could either host us in a smaller area or the big conference area that that's just more room than we need. There's only 8 of us total that need space to meet, and so that was just a chosen spot. And then part of it too is that our employees, I mean, they go through a lot, and I think it's just one of those times where it's like you're in a more relaxed location, you have some place that you can just concentrate and not have to worry about what's happening here, and then come back to the mess that we have to deal with on an everyday basis. So that was kind of the rationale behind why we chose the off-site location for this.
Thank you.
Any other discussion?
We still have a thought. My 3 minutes is up, you're talking all the time. I guess that's where I see a lot of problems. You know, we just heard this morning a report from the tribal casinos that they're hurting for money. The revenue base is really low and stuff, and instead of keeping programs here to support our local economy, we're always running off to distant places to have meetings. We could have easily have a meeting here. I'm not talking about your program here.
Yeah,
I'm talking about other programs that seem to do that. Maybe that's the explanation. We all fly to Las Vegas so we could have fun and get away from all this mess here. Maybe we go to Washington D.C. so we could get away from all this mess here. Well, at the same time, our Oyate people got to stay and live in this mess. That don't make sense. Asking for that travel is not a election, what do you call it? Somebody said that just because I mentioned it, it was an election bill, that's why they're requesting it. No, it isn't. We're asking for reports on travel. I am sick and tired of people asking me every time I go somewhere, people are asking me. And I just mentioned it. I went to Golden Corral in Rapid City, and there was a Rosebud Sioux tribal member asking me about that. They asked me the same thing I've been asking you guys. Why does it take 6 people to go to Las Vegas? Why can't we just one go and come back and give the report? It's that easy. Why does it take 6 people? We're throwing money around like it's growing on trees, and meanwhile our Oyate people's got to live in poverty. That don't make sense. You know, I really feel guilty as a representative when people are asking me that, and I don't have an answer for them. Because you guys aren't giving me the answers. Whatever you guys find out on your travels, you're keeping it to yourself. I go to the community meetings, they ask me, why did this person go to Washington, D.C.? Hell, I don't know. They never told me. Not unless you guys are talking amongst each other. But hey, hey, Chamashita. That's the one that really gives me problems, is that we got a casino that's struggling, and at the same time, we wouldn't have meetings. Man, we jump on an airplane and haul out. We have to think about our people. And that's one of the reasons why I'm asking for all these reports. Hell, that really makes sense. 2 months we didn't have a health committee meeting. No quorum, they're traveling. Look at all the cancellations. Look at all the council meetings that were canceled. Whole month of March, I believe. Who in the heck's representing our people while we're out gallivanting? We say we're working for our people, but we're just missing council meetings at whim. That's how long it's going to take to hope you tell these guys. But anyway, they gave me a minute, so I'm going to sit down. I got more to tell, but that's all I've got to say.
I was just gonna ask on the limited waiver, Eric, you kind of defined that with that limited waiver. I know it was opposed to the courts, or any kind of violation from a program.
A copy. Mr. Sarge, you have an extra copy?
Ben, he's asking for a copy of the resolution.
You got it.
Never mind, he got it. He's got Emily's.
I'll take it.
He's got it already.
So, good afternoon, council. Agreement in the back. So the pages are numbered, Madam Chair, but if you look at this page, it has added
value incentive on the council. There's a, the bottom of the agreement, it says, the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Ambulance Service is a wholly owned enterprise of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe, but under tribal law, it's a tribal department, part of the tribe, okay? That's legally why the agreement is here for your approval. It continues, a federally recognized Indian tribe shares a sovereign immunity. Unconsented suit, RAS provides a limited waiver, but it's the council that provides the waiver, because that's what the law and order code provides, that only council can waive tribe immunity. But we continue, RAS provides a limited waiver of that immunity solely to permit profit, property, I don't understand why that says that. To enforce the express written terms of the agreement, recovery limited to RAS assets, capped at the total contract value. The other waiver is granted or implied, and nothing we're hearing waives you Rosebud Sioux Tribe immunity. But unfortunately, since the Rosebud Ambulance Service is a component of the tribe, then the tribe has to agree to waive its immunity in order for ambulance service to agree to this agreement. The limited waiver says that only the contract amount it can be recovered. But here's the thing that this agreement doesn't provide. If this does go to enforcement in state court, it won't be in tribal court. It will probably be in state court because, number one, the DoubleTree probably won't come to tribal court. They'll file in state court. So any enforcement in this agreement will be in state court, and because the tribe has provided a limited waiver, will be in state court if there's an enforcement of the agreement. Payment of the fees will prevent that, of course. I'm going to lay out this, the legal part of the scenario, what happens if there's a default. So, and the other thing is, the agreement says it's limited to Rosebud Ambulance Service assets for recovery, but those are tribal assets also. So unless the assets that are specifically subject to the agreement are listed in here, then any of the tribe's assets could be recovered. And I'll give you an example. Let's say there's a bank account in a branch that the tribe has its deposits in, a judgment can be enforced against that bank account. So,
But you're saying you need to be on the air because we're on the air.
should be, yeah, I thought you were. Well, he just asked about this limited waiver, I'm just laying it out to you. So, I'm not giving any legal advice, I'm just providing my, and the reason why I did the resolution is because without the resolution, this might have been approved without the resolution. Prior to the resolution, so the council needs to be aware of what's in here and what you're approving, and it needs to be by resolution.
You said it. I have Ben, Emily, Mike, and Totes.
I will wait. I was going to call the question, but that's
Oh,
fine.
okay. Go ahead. Emily?
I just had a quick question. What was the total contract amount? It said we would only be liable for the total amount?
$250.
That's the deposit. But what was
That's
the
the
total?
entire amount. That's the deposit, but that's the entire amount that we're gonna spend.
For room rental and everything?
Well, that's outside the travel side, but the agreement itself, we're only spending $250 for the meeting space.
Well, for the limited liability, it said they would only be able to recover up to the total amount of the contract cost. So I was just wondering what the contract cost
The
was.
room rates are $184 per night for 2 nights. And I don't know what the banquet fees are, if there's gonna be a banquet or any other services that are gonna be part of this booking agreement. But the room rates are $184 per night.
And they're all within this agreement.
Yep.
There may be additional, like you said, food or something.
Yeah. So, and I think I mentioned it here that there's gonna be a direct bill for the rooms too.
Mike?
Just a comment, and this Eric, to Eric, this is not totally unusual, Eric. From time to time, we have done waivers of sovereign immunity, right?
Oh, yeah,
But
there was
transactions,
a much bigger booking agreement for the price that was done when SRD put on that training and during.
For Allen.
Yeah, and that was in the thousands of dollars. That also required a waiver of immunity, so. That one was passed.
I think the key word in here is limited. You know, and I guess in the legal world, that
Well, if we're gonna get to the
that means something
enforcement.
when you talk about overall sovereign immunity.
Right, so as long as the bill gets paid, we won't end up in state court, is basically what it means, when you say limited. So,
Coates, Emily, then Ben. Oh, you're gonna make a motion.
Madam Chair, when it comes to booking, like these, do our, programs, like get the quotes and go with the best one from the vendors? They usually do, don't they?
Yeah,
Institution?
yeah, and
Okay.
then, usually finance, they work with finance and then they kind of give them the.
Okay, thanks, that's all I want.
Emily.
Thank you. I did have a quick question. I know we've done limited waivers before. Is it typical that we go to state court? I thought we usually try to either negotiate federal or tribal. So I just wanted to make sure like this isn't like a precedent making for setting something.
it depends on the terms of the agreement, since there was no time to negotiate, the agreement doesn't specify tribal court, that's why I'm saying, if I was an attorney for the motel, that's where the suit is would be filed, since the tribe agreed to waiving its immunity, that's where it's gonna be filed. Depending on who.
Because of the short turnaround time?
Well,
kind of?
because it costs,
I know, my lease.
well, attorney's fees, they have their attorneys, and normally they're not licensed at tribal court, they're licensed in the state of South Dakota. That's where the suit's gonna be filed if they decide they need to enforce it. Because they're not gonna come down to sue us here. They're already licensed in state court, they're right there in the same, Rapid City has, state courts, and that's where it's gonna be filed.
This isn't the first time we've ever done a limited.
No.
Okay.
No, it isn't. It just doesn't specify that it's gonna be in tribal court. That's why I'm saying it's gonna be in state court.
If there's no more discussion, Ben called for the question. I called for a question and Ben said, yeah. All in favor?
Well, 13,
Opposed?
0,
Not voting?
0.
Motion carried.
Madam Chair, can I change my vote?
Gonna close it?
Yeah.
Doable.
Two? You opposed to? Okay, so 11-0. If that's all,
I didn't know if there needed to be a motion or if you'd be able to follow up on that $19,000 outstanding debt. I really don't want that lingering.
I get to talk to him.
Okay, you'll follow up, thank you.
Yeah, because I just found out after they had their meeting yesterday.
Madam Chair, you need to vote?
Recess until tomorrow. Oh, Lila. Oh, one more thing. Lila has that,
One more thing, council.
problem.
This is that, Neon Plaza that was brought here by SGU Kiwahe Guinea for, a spiritual trip. And if, council
Make the motion.
is invited, so I'll make the
I'll
motion
second.
for travel.
Motion by Lila, second by Coates, question by Marion, all in favor.
Nine, 10.
Opposed?
What?
Not voting.
What?
Motion carried. Recess until tomorrow at 10. Don't have my.